Wow, that's fast. Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram. This is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 397. Wormhole. Trying this again. Hopefully with a little bit of luck. Says I'm live. Just gonna run with it. Looky there. It looks like things are up and live. I see some folks in chat. Scooters 3G. How you doing? Johnny Seed. Man, I'm trying like hell. I don't know how long this internet will hold out. C-Dub, Blaze Daily. How you guys doing? Man, we might need somebody to jump in just for a backup. Thank you, Scooter. How you doing? C-Dub, what you guys smoking on? And I do like this shirt. I've got to confess. I very much do like this shirt. Red Pill, what's up? Chad Greenstock, man. How you guys doing? Hopefully the internet holds out. I'm praying. The internet holds out. How you guys doing? Hopefully you guys have had a great week. Jack, are you there? Am I fucking still live?
Johnny, what's up?
Muted, I think. Or I'm muted. I don't know. It says we're still on live on YouTube. Are we still live on YouTube? Have you guys just watched me for the last couple minutes fumble around and say fuck that and all this shit? Jack, you're muted if you can. I can't hear you if you're there. Oh, it is. Can anybody hear me? Johnny? Jack?
Yo.
I don't know. It says we're still on live on YouTube. We are live, aren't we? Oh, I can't wait to go back and watch this.
That's funny. It looks like it's not live on Zoom, funny enough. That live is in gray, but live enough, I guess, because I just heard you echoing, so it must have been playing on Bluetooth.
Yeah, I just like refreshed my page and your face was the first thing that came up. So yeah, I don't know how that thing glitched on my end. I even still on my computer. I'm on my phone now. I fucking switched over. The computer fucking quit. It said I disconnected from chat. Now I can see it on my computer, but I'm back.
Can you hear me? No?
Johnny.
I'm going to jump out and try to come back in again.
Man, you guys must have come in just in time enough to save this stream. That's all I can think of.
It wasn't us.
Be
it
right
was
back.
Johnny got here. He saved the day, Johnny. See you in a bit.
So how you been, Jay?
Life's treating me well. I just gotta be patient when things come.
Great.
How you doing? I saw the post the other day. RIP 1 year. It's gotta be tough.
It is a little tough. It is a little tough, but you know what's sad is today is also my daughter's birthday. So there's some ups and downs. I lost my dad and it's my daughter's birthday all on the same day last year. But overall, I just tried to stay busy today. Tried not to think about it. I couldn't go down and spend time with my daughter, so just kept busy. Looking forward to hanging out. So got me smiling through the day. Cheers, Johnny. I can't tell if Johnny's froze or what. I see you moving, Jack.
Yeah, I think Johnny's connections. He said he's having a hard time.
Well, that makes me feel better.
Can you hear me at all?
Kind of.
Little robot voice.
Crazy.
Well, it makes me feel better that I'm not the only one having a little bit of internet problems tonight.
Yours has been the last few nights, though, I guess.
Well, it's the satellite's fucking fucked up, man. My main connection is fucked up. And I'm on the phone right now. I tried running off the Frontier the last few nights. And it was every time I hit live, the damn thing, the connection disappears. Just like it did when I tried to go the first time tonight, man. As soon as I went live, I was like, yes, I'm doing it. And it disappeared. I'm like, oh, fuck, I'm not doing it. And then I tried again, and ultimately here I am on my phone. At Frontier Network, I don't know what it is. There it goes right now. I'm watching it because the chat's on my on the Frontier on the computer. I'm glad I didn't switch back. I don't think Frontier Network's just not suited for the weekender traffic that's already up and flowing here in Michigan, man. They're already headed up north, man. And once they come up north, the demand for the internet just cannot keep up through Frontier, I believe. So hopefully get back on that satellite tomorrow. He was supposed to be here today, but no such luck.
So it looks like one of my earbuds is not working. Were you guys able to hear me before?
Just
No?
briefly.
Okay. Yeah, it's weird. This
You're good now, or you were, and then it got a little choppy there. I just want to say shout out to My Herbs Now. He got a restock, so get him now while you can because he's probably gonna sell
Yeah,
out.
over there flashing. It's like there's something wrong with it or something. Yeah, this one here is. Yeah, because he's already sold out all of his extra. Those are already gone. So if you were looking to get any extra racks of any sort to dry in.
My brother got one.
Did he?
I
Right
recommended
on.
it to my blood fan. I recommended it to a lot of people. Like Eagle said, I was a converted hater to a big fan.
I took my words back, Jack. I took my words back. It wasn't hater. It was skeptic. You were a hard
I was a skeptic.
skeptic, not a hater.
I made some of those comments though. I at the beginning I was like, man, this thing's gonna destroy your terpenes. Like, why would you rush it? It's like, you spent all this time being patient growing it. You should be patient trying it, patient curing it. And then I did the side by sides, and I didn't just do a side by side hang dry against Herbs Now. I did hang dry in my normal tent setup versus Curador, which is 60-60 versus Herbs Now. So I had three. It was a pretty scientific setup, in my opinion. My traditional hang dry setup, the Herbs Now, and then the Curador. 14 days at 60-60, that's what a lot of people shoot for. Then jar cure for about a month. And then the other one, hang dry, 10 to 14 days in a tent between, I can't get it as low as 60 to be honest. So like if I'm lucky, 65 to like 75, and then relative humidity like 50 to 60 in the tent. I could usually get it about 55 is where I think it's good for the hang dry. But the Herbs Now, just fucking fill it up, set it, forget it. 4.5, 5 days later, if the stems are snapping, I can jar it up. It's just like, then 7 days after the jar, you can smoke it right then. But I think 1 week in the jar, stick it in the Curador or any cold, dark place, and the bud's perfectly cured. So total time is like 12 days from harvest to like beautifully cured smoke versus over a month for either of the other ones. And the product was better than both. So definitely a big fan. I fill mine all the way up every time.
Ivan says, I prefer my herbs later.
Yeah, that's fine, man. I don't have any gripe against anybody using whatever method they prefer. I'm just saying it works well and it's simple.
Yeah.
And he has data. He can grow 6% terpene flower. That's pretty fucking high. Not many people I know out there are growing 6% terpene flower. His Herbs Now dry was 6% terps. His hang dry at 60-60 got 4% terps. So it was an extra 2%. But when you're talking about 6% versus 4%, that's a big difference. And there's third parties that did lab tests too, like growideasy.com did lab tests and they found higher THC in all the Herbs Now and higher terpenes in 1 out of the 2 samples. So in 3 out of 4 cases, the Herbs Now had the better result. So, I mean, it was worth me giving it a shot. And I actually got sent mine for free from a grower who I consult with and help him out with his grow for free. And he's like, oh, you helped me so much. And I love this device so much. I want you to try one as well. So he sent it to me. And sure enough, after 3 harvests doing the side by side, I just put every single plant through it now. It's like, that's the only way I'm drying. And I'll cure in the Curador. I fucking love Curador. Shout out to Curador, 60 degrees and 60% RH is a good way to store your bud. And
Yeah.
they make a cool ass thing. And shout out to Mendo Dope. It's wrapped with the Mendo Dope skin. And I just saw they got some new Method 7 glasses coming out. And the album is amazing. They fucking shouted Eagle out. That was fucking dope. So
Yeah.
cheers to that.
Yeah.
I still can't believe that shit.
So
Yeah,
epic, man.
again. Very honored. Very honored. Man, it's so weird to operate like this, man. I haven't ran like this and I don't know how long. It's super weird to run from the phone.
So I had a conversation with my lawyer the other day. And because I didn't like I didn't like the outcome of the court appointment or court date, and I told him that either he needs to grow a pair of balls or he needs to grow some hair on his balls. And start biting back like a pit bull. I said, because the shit he's doing.
How do you like it when you told him that?
He kind of laughed. And I told him, I said, you know, if you put me in the courtroom, you know, shit's going to go, it's going to go really bad. I said, so I don't think you want me in there to start fucking mouthing off the way I've done it. Because I'll lay them all out and put them right into fucking line, you know? I said, this is your job, so you're getting paid to do. I said, you need to grow some hair on your balls and start biting the fuck out of these other attorneys. I said, every time they give you a hoop for us to jump through, you give them 10. You know? I said, what the hell are you doing? Going in there and asking, you got another hoop for me? You're going to hoop to jump through? I said, man, I'm not into circus play here. I'm not a circus animal, and I don't do hoops.
Legal shit just gets expensive. The more hoops that make each other jump through, it just becomes a fight of money.
So I talked to my doctor today, and I told him what I told him, and he almost fell out of his chair laughing. Because he said, well, I've never heard anybody talk to their lawyer like that. I said, well, shit, he's not doing his job. So, fuck yeah, I'm going to tell him like that. And then he says, well, he says, what you need to do from now on is call him every week. So I'll be contacting him every week to have a conversation with him. Say, hey, what's the plan? What's the next plan of action? He might get tired of that. But doctor said, squeaky wheel gets out of oil every time.
I was just about to say that.
So I'm going to become a screeching train coming to a halt. That's the noisy shit right there. I can tell you that right now.
I live right by a train. I hear it every fucking day.
Yeah.
Woo woo.
But yeah, the other day, man, I seen 4 doctors in one day. When I got home, I was like hamburger, man. Yeah, drop that real quick.
Can you hear the fans? How's my audio?
It's good.
If I leave my mic open, is it like obnoxious with the fans?
No, we can't hear it.
It's not obnoxious. Actually, Zoom does, like you said, it does a great job. Even when you're just wearing headphones, the technology is pretty fucking great with the sound canceling.
It looks weird every time I reach out. I'm like, trying to mute myself. Why can't you mute you? It'd be nice if you could just like tap your earbud when you wanted to mute. You know what I mean? Versus trying to reach out with your phone or some shit.
Yeah. That would be good.
We look like we're on
so I
James
think my
Bond
transmission. What's that?
I said we'd look like we're on like James Bond or something. Like, Eagle, what are you smoking over there? Over.
Yeah, I guess that's not much better, is it?
I was gonna say, because I have that tap to talk, so like I'm gonna mute myself. Oh, it says tap to speak, and then it says done speaking. So when I tap it, it'll make me stop.
Right.
That's the towel mode.
But that's no fun, because then I can't see you guys. I'm just listening. I want to see when Johnny pulls out some roots out of the sand. The Johnny Tech.
Well, I can do that right now. I got one. I can check it right now. I can do that.
We'll see if your connection will hold up.
Right?
Man, it's been weird not hanging out at night the last few nights. I've got a lot of shit done. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, we're having a lot of so I can get a cup to put it in, so I have something to put it in. I have one out here. That'll work. Water. Good thing I came in here. This thing's full. That needs to be shut off. Sorry about that. You're seeing my my water. It's the bathroom where I got everything set up, you know. All right. Let's take a look at this thing here. See if I can set this up. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. I'll have to hold it. See if we can do here. All right. This one here, I just stabbed in there a little while back. And it's been, oh, she's got resistance. She's got roots for sure.
We got the still frame right now. I can see a little cut with the tag and the sand. Oh, there you
Can
go.
you see that?
Yep, we can. I actually think that's like a great length to go into a cup right there. That looks beautiful. I think when they start getting longer than
Take
that,
a little bit of,
they don't take off as well. I think that's a great time to transplant out.
yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I was thinking here pretty soon that it was going to happen. Boy, that shit's it's dry. I got to do something better for that. I'm going to go get some water. I'll leave you guys there looking at that real quick. I got to get me some water to put in the top of the cup so it's not dry when I put it in there.
Breaking out the fork now instead of the spoon, I see.
Yeah, the fork works better. I got to say, it gets down in there. It doesn't. It gives me a little bit better of a grip on what's going on.
I'm a fan of the household implements being used in the garden.
You know, I'm all about simplicity. You know what I'm saying?
If you want to complete the trio for your silverware being used in the garden, you can use a butter knife when you're transplanting out of the solo cup and use it around the outside of the cup. You kind of like knife the edge and it helps it just slip out a little easier. Because I will say the solo cup, I have the easy swap pot solo cup size, and versus the actual solo cup of soil, the amount of soil it holds and just like the shoots and everything, I actually preferred the solo cup. Like side by side, the plant was larger, grew a little faster, and this is like 3 or 4 runs in a row now I'm seeing that. So I only bought one of the easy swap pot solo cup, thankfully, because I was like, oh, I'll test it out and see if I like it. And I love their 1 gallon, which is actually like a 2 gallon, but their solo cup, I think it's a little too small, or it's just not as good as an actual solo cup in my experience so far.
Wasn't sure
You got the whole setup right there. Sorry, go ahead, Eagle.
Oh, I was gonna chime in. I wasn't sure if I was muted or not up there. But now squirrel. Now I'm squirrel, Jack. Now I'm squirrel.
So
We were talking about
it's a larger solo cup or what? Or a smaller
they're about
one?
the same size. It's just a regular solo cup.
That lady right there, she's trying. of people, I've seen a lot of people taking advantage of this, the sandings to go about it a lot more production, you know, putting more sand in it, a lot more, you know, seedlings. It's awesome, man. I love seeing all this going on.
I love seeing your success with all those clones being rooted in just sand and then throwing them in the solo cup with a little bit of soil and keeping your life simple.
Yeah, it's real simple, you know. And that thing there, I just throw a little bit of soil on the top of it right there. So that sets it into place, more or less, holds it better. She's ready to rock and roll. To do is wait for her to do what she's gonna do next. Yeah, I got too many things going on here. Look at this shit.
My barber has a hard time with clones. He got an oxy cloner, and even though I've taught him all the ways to have success, he just never. He's gotten a few successful runs through it, but I think that this would be a much easier tech for him. Just sand tech, Johnny tech.
Definitely. And Def's here is one of the easiest ways to do a clone. I mean, there's no reason that a person couldn't get proficient at cloning. I mean, that's just the way I see it.
Do you use
Because
aloe that you grow outside or inside?
I use my own aloe that's in here.
Oh, you cut out.
Yeah,
I
that's
heard
my
you
aloe
use
plant
your
right
own
there. I got a
aloe.
little baby.
Oh, it's indoor. Nice.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was gonna say, I feel like it might
Yeah, I
grow
got it
pretty
right
well.
here.
And
So whenever I need some,
Nevada.
I just snap off a piece. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure it would grow good outside. I should probably.
It grows well here in California.
But
My
those,
barber
I
grows
got a
it.
bunch of seeds. Yeah, I'm gonna check. I'll do a test on my blood right here too at the same time, because I don't know how this is doing. It doesn't look too healthy right now, as far as the way she looks. Do you guys see that?
I've got pretty much a still here, man. It's been real choppy on my end.
Yeah, I'm just seeing the aloe plant
It doesn't
still.
look real healthy. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let me pull away. Can you guys see now?
Not on my end.
Oh wow.
It just went
Yeah.
black for me.
Yeah, mine's real choppy. Okay.
I'm still
Well-
looking at the aloe plant. There it's moving.
No, my bud's got resistance. So I will see if I can turn this on. Sorry about that, guys. All right, you see it?
I'm still looking at it still.
Oh,
Jack's
shit.
got the connection. Jack's got the connection over there. He's all fucking just smooth as shit here. Man, this is crazy.
Yeah, this is.
So I did speak with Farmer Willie or Charlie's
Good.
Farm 420 the other day. And hopefully
Oh,
we'll be
yeah.
hearing from him on the show again here soon.
And do you guys got a picture of this?
I see some roots and a bud. Hell yeah.
You remember that bud? Remember that bud I stubbed in there? Look at the roots on that baby. That's a full-on bud.
That's a
That was
long
just about
time
ready
ago.
to be.
So much quicker of a way to re-veg, just like that.
I'm telling you,
So
man.
much less space than
That is-
a carcass like that.
And it's
I mean,
functionally
that's
just as
an
good. 'Cause
amazing,
You're really just trying to get a cut off of it. Really.
Yeah. So I mean, that's perfect, man.
It's
So I'm
actually
gonna drop
functionally
that
even
into
better.
a 1 gallon. I mean, because
It takes
is
up
that
so
is
much
that
less
awesome or
space.
what? I mean, and this one here, I know it's already, it's got resistance, not pulling out, so it's got roots down below that too, and that's been in there since the first. So it's well rooted, is what I'm saying. This guy here, he was in there on the. I put him on the 420. That one there. I let him sit in there quite a while longer, just because I wanted to make sure that it was going to actually do the rooting. You know, I'm going to go out and get me a 1 gallon container to put that baby into. So cool.
Did you say what you're smoking on, Eagle?
You got.
I am smoking on some Twisted TK. I don't know why I keep fucking leaning into the microphone like I'm actually using the microphone tonight. Oh my god, this is too weird. I still keep using the camera and the microphone. Like the fucking, that's what I'm using. Then I realized I'm fucking talking into the phone. It's crazy. I also got the new shirts though. I'm stoked about getting
They look
that
great.
Crusoe merch.
He's gonna love it when he gets his. They look good.
So,
I like the variety of colors.
oh man, I've got colors. I've got colors, Jack. I've got colors for
You're the
the
color
second
man.
round.
You're like
Well, I've
Skittles
got
tasting
one.
the rainbow.
I love fucking the fact that they're just giving it away. So got like one here, gray one, like pot leaf on back, American pot leaf. Dun, dun, dun. Got a shiny white one here with like tie-dye pot leaf on the back.
Oh, I like that. That's cool. I like that hot leaf. That's nice. That's a nice
We
design.
got
Wait,
this version of the shirt with like the little tag on the
the
front
square one.
and that on the back. So what you guys think? You guys prefer this on the front, like I've got on, or like with the little guy on the front and then on the back, or just this on the front, nothing on the back? What do you guys' opinion on that?
I like all of them, to be perfectly honest, but I think the little one on the front with the leaf on the back was cool, and I like the one that you're wearing right now with just the loud, bright safety meeting orange and safety meeting yellow with the logo right up front.
Yeah,
I kind of like.
I also
this
like
one.
the logo on the back. Yeah, logo
that
on
looks
front.
good.
Logo on. Oh, nice! You got the combo.
I like that one. Let me see the front of that.
This one's got like the leaf on the front, like a lot of them got. Then the plain J, or just the drawing. I like the drawing. I still would like some yellow ones just like that, with this on the back, and then that design up here as well. You know what I mean? Matching on that. And then got some blue, letting red pill in. Oh, hold on, guys. There we go. All right, and you got the blue version with like a little purple on the back with a little Eagle Gardens, which I think Dirt Road Dude got one of these versions, but theirs were white. Him and the missus, it was a white version of that. And then there may for a very, very, very special few, I might get some of like these, like a cotton with like an embroidered like emblem on the side, not just like a regular one, but like an embroidered version. So I don't know. Just stuff I'm fucking around with, I guess.
Eagle, I think they all look great, but I think you got 2 backup connections now, and I was about to fall asleep before you went live, so I'm gonna say peace out. Cheers. Eagle, thank you so much for having me. Red Pill, good to see you.
Hey,
Donnie Canseed, great talking to you as always. Sorry about everybody's connection tonight. I might hang out in the chat for a little bit before I actually fade off for the night. But have a great one, everybody. See y'all in the next one.
what's up, Johnny?
Peace.
Jay.
Jack. Sorry.
Peace and love always.
Holy brother. Take care. What up, Red Pill?
Hey, I'm a little guy up here, t-shirt guy. My old brew and grow where I used to get all my growing supply, utilities. That's where I used to go, and I have a shirt. It's got the little brew and grow logo up on here, and then the back of the shirt is the big logo. That's the kind of style I like.
That's the one you like?
Mm-hmm. They're all good. You can't really go wrong, but that's my certain flavor. I like the little bit subdued, just a smaller logo on the front, and then whatever's behind me. That's what people get to stare at.
I actually got some cups too. Not ready to do some giveaways. I still got to catch up some giveaways before I do more giveaways. But I actually got some cups. Hold on, let me grab some cups. I got a bunch more shit coming too. So, like, the last round of cups had the show logo on it. Okay, but they had the cannabis leaf on the back. These guys got the doobie burning on the back with the show logo. Or again with a different doober, and then again one other version with a different joint on there. But cool things.
You got any hats
I
you're working on?
I've actually thought about the hats, man. I got to put together a Red Pill package yet. I haven't forgot about your Red Pill.
I haven't sent you my info, so that's my bad.
Cheers, everybody.
Mr. Bingus. I would love to get Bingus a coffee cup. He seems like a coffee guy. I bet you'd put a coffee cup to good use, my friend. How you doing?
Good, man. I have a cup every morning. Fresh ground French roast. I do it right. I only have one cup, though, because other than that, it kind of gets to me during the day. But I just like the taste with the morning bong hit. It's awesome. How you guys doing? Red, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing good. Hanging in there.
Eagle had a little connectivity issue as he was flying past the sun tonight, I noticed.
Oh, I've had more than a few. The last couple of nights, I've been doing like the Zen approach, to be honest with you. My main connection, I don't know what's up with the satellite connection. And my Frontier connection just sucks ass. It just, as soon as I go live, man, it's like, wah, wah, wah. And instead of getting very frustrated like I would normally do and just try until I'm just fucking completely irritated, I just like last couple of nights I gave it like 3 tries. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, my guest. In fact, and I'd like to take this time to go thank you, Jimmy Toucan, GMX OG, some of the others that I've read, Dr. Danko, that have been missed the last few nights because of internet connections, and have been more than gracious enough to reschedule and not be Jimmy Toucan, especially. This is 2 nights in a row. Last night made 2 nights in a row. It all started on his night. Nothing to do with Jimmy Toucan. You know what I mean? But he was nice enough to make another reschedule last night, and he shows up. I'm like, man, I don't even think we should even try it. You know, I've tried like 3 times already. It was like 12 o'clock. I didn't even get his message. He texted me at 11:30. We on? I got the message at 11:50. I actually got the message at 11:50. I'm like, son of a bitch, man. You know, here he is. Oh yeah. So it's been a mess. It's been a mess. But I'm glad, you know, people that have been patient, people that watch have been patient, you know, still come to hang out after many, many nights.
Figured it was
Lexus was like, just give it a go from your phone tonight. Just, you know, all else fails. I think Sprint's got your back. So
your tracking device always is going to bail you out.
it don't miss a thing, does it?
Your fun internet, fuck that. You know, we're readjusting your TV set, or no, they're readjusting the satellites, and things are transforming into the new quantum financial system or whatever, you know, the latest underground story is.
And buy your NFT garbage, right?
Yeah. Like, what is it? VPN, which I found out is owned by China. Yeah, make sure you
fucking worthless is what it is, Bingus. It's fucking worthless. I've actually installed a new one. I'm actually got like, it's not even like a steady one. It's like a renter almost from McGaffey. It's supposed to be their top of their line VPN, uncrackable, unfuckable. You know what I mean?
It's just always the opposite.
Wow. That's what I've gotten out of it so far. It hasn't been able to protect my shit from going down. I don't know.
If they tell you it's good for you, back away.
You're right. That should have been the red flag. Top of the line. Step
What's up,
away.
Jack? Sorry, I missed you up here, buddy. See him in the chat room. Yeah, man, I'm glad to see you back in action. I figured it was something. I mean, you're pretty consistent when it comes to Eagle Gardens and talking fucking shit, I should say. You're very consistent talking fucking shit. You're a good fucking shit talker, by the way. Just nobody ever fucking told you.
You know,
wait a minute now, wait. You were on the other, God dang it, the guy that you interviewed, you were on his live stream. I saw it late. What was his name?
Cannon.
Thank you. That was great, dude. I loved that. That was a great interview. I like that guy. He's good.
You know, it's so weird for me to be on the other side of that. For real, it is so uncomfortable for me. And it was funny because for one reason or another, yesterday it threw me the GR 420 grow room videos there. Their interview with me and Kevin Jodry yesterday, and I started listening to it. I'm like, man, I said almost everything. I almost doubled up. It's almost word for word. I was like, dude, almost like I've got a script. I was listening to both. They were eerily similar. Maybe a few things differently in there. Well, I noticed one thing. I very slowly, kind of release little things about me that I don't usually release. He seemed to get a little bit out of me in that one, I guess.
You're leading the breadcrumbs to the prize, you know, and you got a long ways to go. So you don't want to just small breadcrumbs for us little mice to follow.
You know, I was telling him too, man. There's a few people that's tried to get me on. Mr. Westport has tried to get me on his show over there, and I nothing against him or nothing, but I said, you know, I respectfully pass the GR 420 community videos they've reached out. Sorry. It kind of tagged along with Jodry on that one, hoping I would just be able to sit back and be quiet that day, but they they coached me and kept me talking a little bit over there. But there's been a bunch of folks, you know, Boomies had threw me an invite, Tara Lee Lives had threw me an invite, and I always say no. I'm just gonna stay on my channel. You know, I don't want to be, you know, I don't know, crazy about doing interviews and all that shit. And I kind of slid me in because he was like, it'll be a half hour. It'll just be a half hour. And I was like, oh, half hour? No problem. I can just banner for a half hour. And it ended up being almost like 2 hours. But he tricked me with the half hour. And what it made me think of is, what's his name? I can't believe I'm drawing a blank right now. He's like a motivational speaker.
John Candy.
Does no. He's
Did you say John Candy?
he's the runner. And
David,
I believe
David Goggins.
Goggins, yes. He talks about when you know, taking souls, his attitude on taking souls. You know, about not wanting to run and shit, you know, every day and, you know, going out and doing what he's got to do. And he says a lot of the times, you know, when he doesn't want to go out there and do his run, he'll trick himself. I'll just go out and do a quick 2 miles, you know, instead of the 20. And he says every time, you know, he tricks himself into doing the 2, thinking he's going to do that quick run, whatever. And then he gets out there and he starts into it. And he's like, you know, he gets warmed up and he's like, fuck this, I'm doing the 20. You know what I mean? That's almost the way I felt like yesterday or when I did the interview. It was like, yeah, I'll just do the quick 30, but it ended up being almost the marathon.
Just get in the gym. Just
Get in the gym.
Get in the gym.
Right.
You're gonna pick up something. That's what we used to do. I used to train hard all the time. It was crazy. A lot of guys I trained with played professional sports. Most of them are dead because they took steroids. I never would take them. They used to bitch at me because they'd always have to drop their weight for puny me, you know. But that's part of that game, though, man. I don't know what it is nowadays. I don't even watch pro sports anymore. There was a time I really enjoyed it, though.
So when was it for you that you gave it up? Because I know there was a when I gave up. Well, not gave up on sports. I still love physical activity.
Yeah.
I still like to, you know, hit the bag and all that fun stuff. I like to stay very active. But when there was a point where I just like quit watching professional sports. And
Well,
so when was that for you?
I knew a couple guys that I went to high school with that were professional football players. And wherever there's large money, there's corruption. Sorry. It's just, you know, so what flavor of corruption? Pick one, you know. And I would hear them. And plus the stuff they would have to do to get, I don't know. And now today, I mean, geez, it's just ridiculous, in my opinion. I like to watch college sports. I even like to watch high school games to really see some scrapping, you know. But the athletic aspect of it has been influenced by the money, and that's when I quit. When was that? Probably back in the 80s when I was training pretty heavily with these guys. I'd listen to them and the shit that they would do during the game, for the game, after the game. Money deals, side deals. It's just, you know, fuck that. I could, if I wanted to take steroids, I could have probably at least tried out, especially in football. But geez, I wouldn't even have a neck. You know what I mean? If I did that, I'd be dead by now for sure. So I'm glad I never did.
Just want to give a quick shout out and honor. It's an honor to have Mr. Clackamas Coop in chat tonight. Cheers. Cheers, man. Always an honor to see you in the chat or anywhere, to be honest with you. Dropping the knowledge. I was listening to, I want to make sure I get the correct title here. I've been boning up on my Audible lately, and I was thinking of old Coot yesterday as I listened to For Love of the Soil yesterday, and they were talking about yesterday how important earthworms and earthworm castings and varicose, probably said that, varicom, stumbling there. Worm compost was.
Vermi?
Skip the big word. Yeah, there you go. Vermicompost compost there was dung beetles and that to the soil, and explaining the differences, and it's like underutilized, they were saying in the book there. And I thought about Cougar the whole every time they brought it up, I thought about this. So, cheers.
Yeah.
I think he's got a good looking dog too.
Mr.
I only
Cougar?
got to see it for a brief time on Instagram. I know he's not on there at the moment, so. But there's one picture I was looking at it, and was looking at a picture I took at my dog, and I almost wanted to take a silhouette image and try to fit the two into each other. To just have a big bulldog face.
Can you guys see me now?
I can. You're
Okay.
not a bad looking fella.
All right. Well, I was in and out all over the place, man. You guys were stationary, and I was moving around. I didn't know if you guys could see me here.
Listen to that, man.
You know,
You got to take some of those that sand, make a little bag of sand and tie it to your balloon.
yeah. Well, no, I talked to my phone company, and they said I needed a new SIM card, so it's jacked up somehow. So that's what they're saying. That's what's going on with my phone. We'll see how. Have to do that tomorrow. So tomorrow, Can of Mink is going to be having a smoke sesh at 7 p.m. on Zoom. I don't know if any of you guys seen that. That was kind of cool. I was thinking about hopping on there. How you doing, Bingus?
Good, Johnny. Good to see you, buddy. I noticed you were having trouble passing the sun as well. Your internet connection was a little breaking up. But...
Yeah, very glitchy. Very glitchy.
Good to see that you made it.
Finally seems to be working okay now. At least it looks like it. So yeah, so I pulled those other two that I don't know if you'd even seen those or not, but I pulled the other two out, and the other one that was just stabbed into the ground, it was majorly overrooted. It was literally all across the base of that stand. So I ended up breaking off a few roots when I pulled it out. Kind of wild.
You're the Reed Edge champion.
Yeah, I'm surprised at how well that bud turned out. So I guess when it starts to show a little yellow on it, that means it's producing roots.
Usually.
Maybe. Okay.
Most
That was just that's just a guess. I'd never seen that. I thought for sure it was not doing well, by the way it looked. So that's an interesting thing. I didn't know that. So Look what I got. Mushrooms. Yeah, Micro Goon stopped by last night and dropped me off some mushrooms. We traded off some beans. We took some of the stuff that I had. I gave him some of my. He gave me some of his. So he said that he heard me talking about the fact that I haven't had an auto that works good. So he gave me an auto that's supposed to be a really fire one, which is called Chemo Auto Fem. It's supposed to be an F8 by Gas Reaper Genetics. So that'll be interesting. Gonna give that one a try.
Nice.
Yeah.
I'm very, very stoned. I had an accident in my garden where I had a key lime pie that I didn't really, I liked it, but it harmed and gave some pollen to my fruit gas, which I really liked. And I got like 3 seeds and I planted a seed and I ran it. I'm like, God, it's just, these, that's what I'm saying. Well, most of the good shits happen by accident in my garden. You know what I mean? And I'm smoking it. It's really gassy. I think it's kind of piney lime. My son said it. He goes, "Did you open a bottle of grape soda? Because it smells like grape soda." Really? So I'm terrible at really discerning those types of things. But I took a few hits and went, "Holy fuck!" And I looked at the trikes and they were very amber. So I went, "Wow, okay." You let it go a little bit too long, which was only 63 days. So yeah, it's definitely got me going in the couch lock position, where I really have to think about what I'm trying to fucking say, and make sure it's actually my lips are moving and things are coming out. Fuck.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, until I get tired of that, and then I'll run into another mistake that I made. Hopefully, that's just as nice.
Yeah, definitely. I got some that I'm running through right now that I got going through veg that were from an accident that I'm looking forward to trying out.
We think we know what we're doing.
We don't know.
It's like
I don't know what I'm doing.
I don't know. I mean, I shouldn't say that. Some people know what they're doing. Probably not me. I do grow. I have done it a lot, but it's genetics really interests me because of the variations and the different expressions, and you can talk about wormholes. I mean, geez, you can go down so many avenues. It's endless, and and that's why it interests me. There's no way you're going to conquer anything. I mean, you may learn a few things along the journey, right? And if you fuck up enough, you might even make a good mistake, that you didn't realize.
Oops, that worked.
Yeah, I've got about 2 or 3 of those. But see, that's how much I try, You keep trying and trying and trying. You throw enough spaghetti on the wall, something sticks,
Yeah.
But I'm definitely not a breeder. I would.
Well, I took cannabis. I took the 2 that DOA sent me, which is truffle trees, which ended up being a male. He only sent me 1 bean of each, and the other one was canal breath, and that one there ended up being a female. So I went ahead and I took clones off the canal breath, and then I put the 2 together, and I got that one in flower right now, and it's producing the seeds.
Cool.
which is kind of cool. I'm excited to see how she turns out.
It's nice when you get a male that really exhibits traits that are desirable.
Well, I don't know if it distributed traits that were really desirable or not, but it was very tall. It had some nice broad leaves on it, so I thought that was good, you know. And then at the same time, it was something the DOA sent, so I wanted to prolong it. You know what I'm saying? So
what I have learned is it appears that the more dominant genetics will be more prevalent. You know what I mean? Like like I've had that, like a male. I'm like, well, it's pollen. Let's see what happens, right? And you get regular seeds, but the good ones seem to favor the more dominant genetics.
so when you have what you consider a good one, like a male dominant good one, does it put out more fat seeds, or does it put out? I mean, is there any difference? Is there any difference in the size of seeds or the looks, or?
I think, I don't know. For me, in my experience, again, I don't really know the answer to that. When I've done a couple outdoor where they got really big, and the seeds were way bigger. Okay, because the buds were, I mean, everything was bigger. Indoors, seeds seem to be smaller, although some seeds seem to be more plump. While other times you get really small seeds. So it depends.
Well, I've noticed that on different breeds that they'll have different sized seeds. Have you noticed that as well, Eagle? As far as different strains would have a different size of a bean, and does it even matter as far as the size of the bean?
I found that almost always sativas have a smaller seed. Indicas seem to have a fatter bean. Anybody agree with that? I mean, I've seen that for a lot in my experience, that the sativas tend to have a smaller size seed than the indicas or hybrids. But that's just my experience with it.
So I guess that would go with the narrow leaves of the sativa. It'd have the skinny seeds.
Skinny leaves, little seeds.
Makes sense.
That's a good question. I don't really. I can only say what I've experienced, and it just seems like if you have a bigger plant, you have a bigger pod, you have a bigger seed.
Well, when you were talking about that outdoor plant, you had large seeds on that. Was that a longer running?
No.
Duration of flower? No.
No.
It was just a larger bud, so it had larger
Just a
beans on it.
bigger plant. It was huge. It was like 12 feet tall.
Oh, that's big. Yeah.
So,
big.
And it ended up with seeds. And because I think it had some herms in it. This is a long time ago. I don't even know what. The strains back then were a little, like, I think it was probably a bag seed. But the seeds were nice and big. Bigger, I'd say about twice the size of the standard seeds that I would see. Now it could have been genetic, it could have been the size of the plant. I don't know. I really don't know. I do know that I've had really tiny seeds that have grown huge, right? And I've had regular sized seeds that grow small. So it's like, it's not, I think, again, it has to do more with genetics.
I think one thing to it is this is to be determined information to yet be studied. I'm fine with doing the projects. I know other people that are, but I've always been impressed with seeds that I saw Skunkman Sam show. I shouldn't have even said who I saw it from, but I did see someone show seeds that side by side, there's like little just show and tell demonstration. He had one variety of seed that 8 seeds equals 1 gram. And then next to it, he had another variety of 8,000 seeds that equals 1 gram. There's the difference of how small cannabis seeds can be, how fat a cannabis seed could be. Now, my theory is if you weigh the seeds, if you either do single seed weight or you do like just say a round number like 100 grams, like say the fewest amount of seeds that weighs up 100 grams. Say you find a variety, 87 seeds weigh 100 grams. You grow those out and then you get seeds from that next generation, and then you only grow the heaviest seeds. And then you keep doing that until the seeds get heavier and heavier to the point where, 6 or 8 seeds equals a gram, or see if you can push it even further than that and have one giant fruit. Maybe you like get cannabis to basically like evolve into other plants it's related to, other different like fruit trees that, grow a fruit with a little stone seed, like the stone fruits it's related to. It's a fleshy fruit on the outside and a big ass seed in the middle. Maybe you can do
selective breeding, basically.
Well, what I'd be talking about would be like fast forwarding evolution, like, way faster than it normally would happen. But my theory would be that you could do that through selective breeding. Yeah. I don't know how long that would take. I would even say it's even crazier, and it wouldn't surprise me if it takes less than like 7 to 10 years, less than a decade, I would say. If someone was that committed to a breeding project of just growing generations of seeds from the fattest seeds and then ongoing and ongoing, maybe there's a wall that you hit, but something tells me that there's not. And even after the point that you're growing 8 seeds that weigh 1 gram, then you're pushing it. You'll get to a point where you're growing 1 seed that weighs a gram, and then you're growing seeds that weigh more than a gram. You get what I'm saying? Shouldn't be a wall that you hit. What does everyone else think?
Let me just say, wow, that would be incredible. Seed that weighs that much.
Mm-hmm. Now in China,
Cheers, Cascade.
It's a variety that they use for fish bait and just like snack food.
What's up, Cascadian?
Cascadian Grow, how are you, sir?
Hey guys, can you hear me yet?
Yep.
You got anything to offer on our bean talk?
I hopped on here because I got a theory about these seed sizes and such. So I thought I'd hop on here and see if you guys think I'm crazy, or see if I see the lights turn on in your guys' heads here.
Wait, you're gonna double whatever I said was just whatever level of craziness?
So, in my experience, hang on here. There we go. In my experience, seeds from, so I'll just use a couple of examples here. We got, say, a Hindu Kush and a Thai. Land races here. Hindu Kush seeds compared to Thai seeds are going to be larger. The Hindu Kush will be larger than the Thai seed. Has to do with the climate the seed is made in. So the climate the seed comes from. Afghanistan, Pakistan reminds me a lot of Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon. And in those types of climates, you have a lot of moisture arriving in the off season. You have no rainfall essentially during the growing periods. And that means soil moisture is at a peak during what we would call winter. And there's a gradient from wet to dry that takes place from, say, Christmas to 4th of July. A seed in that sort of a situation. So I can tie this into seed size, and I can tie this into like plant expression. So I'm gonna try to do both here at the same time. So you end up with a seed in this sort of situation, call it maybe dry land farming, but not quite, because they irrigate Some guys don't get to irrigate, they don't have water, so it holds even more true. You have a seed that you put in the soil. Soil's over the seed. The seed's going to start growing, and it's going to start pushing the root. The sun's going to come out from winter and start to dry the soil down. It's going to start at the top and start drying the soil down because it's baking the soil. There's no rain to replace the water lost. And you have the seed. The seed has to outpace the drying of the soil, or it's going to die. If the seed doesn't stay in the water table, no more seed. So you end up with a larger seed that has a larger energy store to grow faster in the beginning. The roots, not the plant, but the root, or not the shoots, but the roots, because it has to beat the drying of the soil. Contrast that to something in a more tropical climate. They don't have the same dry period. They get scattered rain all year round. So they don't need the same amount of energy reserve to try to outpace the dry down of the soil. They get relief from sporadic rainfall. So they still have the need to grow, but it's not such a pressure, meaning that they don't have to select for larger seeds because it's not as crucial. This is doubled up by the fact that what we would call an indica or a Hindu Kush is going to have fatter leaves to shade the base of the plant more effectively, to slow down evaporation from the soil, but also to catch the evaporation that does occur and create a microclimate between the undersides of the leaves and the soil that wants to create this moist microclimate where it can hopefully condense moisture and put it back on the soil surface.
Makes its own little greenhouse.
Right. Contrast
I like
that to a more tropical sativa plant. It has thinner leaves because it has an excess amount of water and it needs additional airflow to not mold, to not have fungal pathogens, to not have the issues that come along with that. So you find thinner leaves, you find longer internodes, and you find a smaller seed. It's got too much water. It's the other end of the spectrum. That's one theory to why the internodes are longer, the leaves are thinner, but the seeds are smaller. And if you took that small seed and you put it in that dry climate and it couldn't beat the dry down, you have selected against that seed. If you put that small seed that makes thin leaves in that same climate and it happens to stay ahead of the dry down, it doesn't have the same microclimate. It's going to drive, the soil's still going to dry faster, and it's going to have more issues because as the soil dries, you lose the ability for elements to move through the soil. Elements can't move. Nutrition can't move through dry soil. Which also, so that's also why you'll find a thicker wax layer on something like a Hindu Kush, is also to slow down evaporation from the plant, protect from the UV rays because it's in this drier climate, doesn't have all this protection. It all seems to fit for me.
That's yeah, there's a couple things I noticed, like you said, when it expresses itself in more than just the size of the seed. And I've had that too, where I've had waxy coating to a lot of different varieties. And then I've had one-off experience where I grew something that was a Hawaiian louse crops. So two pretty equatorially wet regions. And that had, the botany term is pilosa, but it's thin hair-like trichomes that cover the foliage of the plant. So the whole plant, the stems, was like a pipe cleaner. The leaves were like velvet, tops and bottoms of them. I don't know if anyone's ever experienced that, but that was the only variety I've ever found that expression in.
I've seen it in other plants, and that is another mechanism for causing moisture to congregate. Those little hairs give moisture places to hold on to, and you end up finding water droplets. Enough water droplets connect, and they run down the stem.
Yeah, yeah.
So, am I crazy? What do you guys?
No, I followed along with all that. I really like that because that also kind of not just then not being wise to that and then selecting for that, but the environment kind of being the dictator whether you're going to even notice that expression or not. That makes me think because because the China seeds were the ones that were fat, the ones that Skunk Man sandwiched, and China's the one instance where industrial or hemp that's very low THC or cannabinoids and more dedicated towards seed and fiber production, it's broadleaf, opposed to everywhere else in the world where their seed and fiber producing hemp strains are narrow leaf. So that wide leaf, and like you're saying, that energy and it has to be, I don't know if it's grown like in the more deserty regions of China, but that would make more sense if it has to have a giant ass taproot to find water, and then at the same time it's a low THC or low cannabinoid producing seed and fiber producing plant, but the expression or the morphology of the leaves isn't at all like a thin leaf sativa or like the Eastern European varieties.
Right. So hemp, traditional hemp cultivars are a little bit different ball game because you got to consider that they're for lack of a better term, they're man-made. They're selected for a long time now, and they're grown a lot like corn. If you know anything about how corn's produced, they're planted close together.
Yep.
And the concept with hemp is they want them to grow straight up. They don't want any side branches. They just want one long ass stalk.
Mm-hmm.
So they plant them really close. So hemp seeds are large because they're competing with their neighbors. They need every possible benefit over the next one to grow taller than the next one, to get taller, to get bigger, faster, to outcompete their friends. So I think we've kind of selected for that. And that's another thing where it kind of breaks down when you take, so cannabis is not native to the New World. So when you bring cannabis to the New World, I seen a couple, like Coot was saying in chat that he's never seen seeds bigger than the Oaxacan. I would estimate, just based on seed size and believing him for his word, that Oaxacan's got a good amount of something from a dry land climate in it, whether it's a Kush or Morocco or Uzbeki or I would bet that that's buried inside the sativa genetics of the Oaxacan, and then over time they selected for sativa expressions, baseball bat type buds and things like that. But it kind of breaks down when you start talking New World varieties, because we have to figure out where they came from. We have to figure out the climate that they came from, because that's the genetics that they brought with them. And our selection processes so far are not strategic nor thorough enough to sort seed size out from the stock that we've brought over and just muddled in the New World. So it's kind of, go ahead.
I like your theory.
When you mentioned Oaxacan, I think it was back, we used to get a lot of Oaxacan back in the old days, and that was probably the seeds that I planted to get those large beans. So, and what you're saying, basically being environmental, I mean, if you know the environment that creates large seeds, perhaps you could influence a plant that's not from that environment over time to adopt those expressions. I don't know. That would probably be the only way you could change a genetic expression is the environment to survive over a long period of time. They would have to adapt fairly rapidly, and being a hardy, fruit-bearing plant like cannabis, they would do that. So I could kind of see if you want large seeds, but what I'm learning is it really doesn't matter if they're small, large, or whatever. They're going to express in their unique way and varieties. You know what I mean?
What I the way I think of it is, I'm thinking of it as a different kind of door to open. And to me, I don't see like I'm saying, like a very long road to go down evolution by just upping the THC amount, right? Plant's not going to we're not going to turn around one day and plant some unrecognizable plant that I'm saying has like fruit on it. But maybe there's another door to open because less people are, they're not, whatever, content on doing this. But I'm just saying that it's a different way to, we see a lot of different weird ass expressions that basically for us are mutants in cannabis, but we don't know why the genes are expressing them themselves that way. So same thing as
So let me dive a little deeper just on like why this matters, or why I even bothered to think about this. I don't know if you guys have realized it yet, but legalization is upon us. It's coming swiftly. The game is gonna change, and hopefully, eventually, I don't imagine immediately, but eventually, we'll get to a point where we have the ability to create regional heirlooms. We should have Northern Cali varieties. We should have Oregon varieties. We should have Colorado varieties. We should have Oklahoma varieties. We should have New York varieties, where you just
I
take the
guess
seed and throw it outside and it just grows. You don't have
that's
to.
that's this is a thing where I go in between things I follow in the cannabis community and then places where I go outside the cannabis community to get answers to the cannabis questions I was looking for. A lot of that was just straight up people growing raised bed gardens for vegetables. This was before a lot of people went on the whole no-till or living soil kick for cannabis. So I got to learn a lot of bit from there. And sorry,
You're right.
squirreling out. Give me back, Cascadian. What was the last thing you said?
I was talking about how we're gonna have regional cultivars. Where I was going was that.
Okay, thank you very
Yep.
much.
Go
Very
ahead.
simple thing. I don't know why I lost it, but everywhere else, the people that learn how to plant when they plant and the seeds to grow in their environment, it's all done by zoning. Like I'm in a 7A zone or I'm in a 3B zone. So that's gonna eventually. I see it very similar to when you just go to actual plant nurseries and plant tags tell you, set 60 to 90 days maturation, or the name of the plant and what to expect and how much it yields, and like the very simple things that really seems like we're far behind on. But I'm with you on that too, where it's going to be so narrowed down that in the last point that everyone's carried on, X amount of time that people have been carrying on work to do this, and however X amount of time takes for breeders to really, buckle this shit down. Some generation's going to get lucky enough to be able to just go to a catalog and pick the best strains to grow in their backyard or on their property, whatever.
What
Right. It's been like.
Cascadian Grown is getting at, though, I think, let me just jump in, is this is something that naturally would happen anyway. I mean, once it becomes released, all right, over time, naturally, certain regions are going to adopt, especially outdoors, certain varieties that will flourish. And so it's like coming full circle, right, from where it was to when man jumped in and fucked it all up.
Well,
where
there
it's,
that
where it's going now.
kind of makes me think of another question, and I would really like to know the
Now,
history.
before, is that kind of where you're leading to, Cascadian? I'm sorry, Red.
So where I was going was that eventually seed size is going to matter when we develop regional cultivars, because you're going to find, like I mentioned, you're going to find the better plants in a. So think of the whole future and the fact that water might become more scarce, irrigation might become more difficult, aquifers might become more drained, pampering your plants might not be what we know it to be now. Dryland farming might become more crucial across all aspects of life, not just barley or wheat or the grains that we eat. I can see a future for cannabis where plants that do really well in Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon, most of Cali have larger seeds because they have to beat the impending dry season, where seeds grown in, say, Florida are probably going to inherently be smaller. This is a it requires you to think of a cultural shift, though. It requires you to think of not the
Interference.
not the yeah, we have a constant interference in our cultivating techniques right now because we pamper the hell out of these seeds. But if you go to a more traditional farming method where they don't pamper the shit out of their seeds.
Well, it's a different, that's why I meant about a different door, because it's something that a lot of people aren't even, that's not what they're motivated by. And then when you're talking about more real world shit, let's say you don't have a damn choice and the only thing you can do is see what works for you in that kind of situation where let's not even say it's like a large scale agriculture thing. It almost made me think when you're like, oh, the water is going to be scarce. My mind immediately went to dystopian future. And then the only people are going to be able to have weed to smoke are the the people that are growing varieties that can thrive wherever they're growing them. So,
well, as goes the direction of mankind, so will go the plant. I mean, quite frankly, let's be honest. If we allow things to continue that are not natural and not only just for cannabis, but for the world in general, all right, the plant's going to have to take a different direction. But that's going to that's where not adhering to the natural methodologies, is that even a word? All right, is not adhering to the way that things should be done to make everybody win-win, like the plant and people living together and not, trashing. Like when you talk about lack of water, when you talk about destroying aquifers, you're destroying the mother that is growing all of everything. So then it's just a rapid advancement to see who can grab what's left that mother has to offer.
At the same time, I do have a video I meant to share with a lot of you guys. Have you guys seen in China, they're turning deserts into forests now? They're going permaculture and they're doing it with like tens of thousands of acres of desert.
Cool.
They planted like I think 3 million or something trees like in last year or something. They do it like in a checkerboard, checkers type pattern, and it stops. You wouldn't do it like like this way. Woo! You wouldn't just scroll across because the desert dunes blow into the work you're trying to do and it fucks it all up. So they do these long crisscross patterns of lines through the desert, and it's working really good. There's a guy with one leg out there doing it, hobbling around with one leg, planting hundreds of thousands of trees.
I'll bet he's not doing that on his own will.
Yeah, they got what you don't see is right behind them. They zoom out. It's a cropped picture. You zoom out and there's a guy, the slave, and a whip, and he's slapping them.
Yeah, if it's good for you.
Your sister would have died.
He's like, you want to lose another leg?
Right, that's what you don't know is that's how he lost the first leg. He was dragon ass one day.
It's interesting
Going
too,
on,
though.
That's not
Cascade
true.
and Grow, I really enjoy your thinking on this because it lends more to a natural
Well,
aspect. of
I
things.
enjoy it because I like to think that you thought more, basically thought more in depth into it than I did, and I basically think that's cool because it's a hypothesis. But then when more people kind of talk about it and they think the same thing, it makes maybe use the word crazy. I feel less crazy now for thinking that. And like I said,
Further down the wormhole.
just out of curiosity, has there been any correlation established between seed size and root depth or tap root strength or plant vigor? Just because, like, I'm just thinking of like a mustard seed. Like the mustard seed is one of the smallest seeds out there, and the mustard plant can grow to be like a freaking tree. You know what I mean? So, and it grows very, very rapidly. So I'm just wondering what correlation there is between seed size and any of those plant, characteristics. You know what I mean?
You
So
know
it's
where
in the
mustard?
seed, I think.
Do you know where mustard's indigenous to? I don't know, so I'm asking. I don't.
can I answer that?
Yeah.
Well, I know mustard is literally like one of the most prolific plants that's everywhere in any spot in between the Arctics, 60 north and 60 south. I follow a botany person. He goes a little overboard when he finds mustard seeds and he gets all excited. But
And
I've heard
then
him say that.
the
So I don't
other,
know if that's a good correlation because mustard might be even more, like we're saying, why do I want to use the word technologically, but more evolved than cannabis in that aspect that we just talked about. It's probably had a couple 100,000, maybe 10, 20 million years of a head start more than cannabis in that regard. But yeah, maybe the same thing is true. Maybe there's small mustard seeds, maybe there's large mustard seeds. Maybe the large mustard seeds come from more dry and they're more conducive to growing there, and the smaller, littler ones more conducive to growing in humid varieties. But
so the other
it is all over
complication
the
to
place.
this though is when does mustard flower and when does mustard done? Because is mustard is it a full season, full year?
I even
crop?
think that's comparable to, I think that's the thing where cannabis is going down the road of, because mustard, I think if you wanted to classify it, is something that would be auto flowering. It starts, it sprouts, it grows flowers, it seeds, it auto seeds, because I think they're all monoecious. So they self-pollinate and then they're done. They grow more seeds.
When does
Unless I
mustard?
got,
when
don't
does
quote me, I'm
mustard?
not a botanist now.
When does mustard flower?
I
So
I
I've
think
I've
there's a
noticed
certain amount of time from germination, right?
80 to 85 days.
Yeah.
So
I'm going to drop out, guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate everything that's being said here. I will be listening in the distance, but I got a couple things I got to do. Cheers.
Good night, Mr. Bingus.
Way to make it.
so Smiley, I've noticed with a lot of the herbs that I've grown, I'm trying to think. I was on a farm last year. I think it was 4th of July-ish, maybe not even 4th of July. Mustard was in full bloom. I've noticed with the herbs that there's herbs that are they're some of the first plants to grow in the year. They come up when it's still cold outside. They don't need a warm soil temperature to germinate, but they come up soon, they come up quick, and they flower early and they're gone. By the time you would be like picking a ripe tomato off a tomato plant, these plants are dead. They're done. They're over. They seeded. They're gone. They're back in the soil, or the seeds are in the soil, depending on if they're perennial or annual. And those seeds tend to be smaller because they have this short cycle, and then they just lay dormant for a long time. And then when they pop back up, they're relying on that same spring water I was talking about a little while ago. I'm literally thinking out loud here, guys. So it's not like I got this all figured out. I'm trying to figure this out on the fly. Where I've noticed, like, let's see, that's a tree. Elderberries are a tree. Hawthorns are a tree. Crampbark's a tree. what's a perennial mugwort? Artemisias. They're still cannabis seed sized. I mean, it's hard because we're talking like such small sizes. But things that grow when the soil warms up. I'm trying to think of something that mimics cannabis that grows when the soil reaches 50 degrees and then fades out, fall colors, Halloween. Just blanking right now. I got to look into this some more. As far as
Is
all
it
the
tomato
other
seed?
birds.
But I'm just wondering, is there any correlation to it? I mean, even like seed size bearing is a large seed always going to be a wide or a narrow leaf plant even, or is a small seed always, just because you have a small cannabis seed, is that going to guarantee that it's going to be a wide or a narrow leaf variety? You know what I mean?
I think it would hold up. I've seen this hold up with land races. Where it gets muddled is where I was talking about when things come to the new world, or when we start making hybrids of different, then it doesn't break down, but then it starts to depend on the calyx size of the female, because that justifies the seed size.
It's got to have big enough hips.
Right. Well, the seed matches the hips, is what, narrow hips, little seed kind of thing. Which you're going to find smaller calyxes on more traditionally tropical varieties. But I don't know how that relates to vigor in something like a hybrid. When you start to hybridize, I'm not sure. I know, I can tell you for a fact it's going to hold up across the traditional landrace region.
If there's any truth to like how we define it and use the word hybrid vigor, then my theory would be if you did select for something that was some recessive trait in two basically complete opposite gene pools, say large seed size, large seeds from Oaxaca or large seeds from China. Those are two completely different plants in all regards. So my theory would be you'd cross those two. They'd stay large seeds because you're breeding towards that recessive gene, but then on top of that, you'd have hybrid vigor because you're making a brand new hybrid of two plants that are completely different, and maybe, their maturation time. They're different in their different types of cannabinoid profiles, either by just, how, amount of cannabinoids or spectrum of cannabinoids. They're different in their terpene profile. Whether they're selected for terpenes because people like the smell of it, or maybe nature selected the terpenes because it's trying to make it more antimicrobial or, natural pesticide. So I would think if you breed those two things separately, but just make one selection, this could be for purple weed, it could be for high THC. You get to keep that gene, and then you get the hybrid vigor on top of it. I'm also thinking out loud too. So
I'm supposing that if I was to do something out here in the desert, I'd have a big old fat seed then.
Well, you'd be in an environment where that would express itself. Your environment is the brain, basically. So you could grow theoretically any old variety, right? Cross them together, and then your environment is going to dictate that one of those seeds, one out of 2,000 seeds, is going to be conducive to growing in your environment more than all the other ones. And say you get lucky, like you have 2 or 3 seeds that do that, so now you have a 50% chance if they're male or female, and you were to get that lucky, or you bred them all down to those 3 or whatever. You got 1 male and 2 females of seeds that are heavier and bigger, not just in density. It's a mass and density thing. It can look real big, but maybe it's airy on the inside, doesn't weigh as much as a little bit smaller seed next to it. So it has to be weight also attributed to just the mass of it. And I think that's what
going by what you're saying there, it seems like every seed has the capability of
Yeah, that's what you find
adapting
in
to its own
if,
environment.
if you could get rid of the interference that Bingus talked about, and let's say this was deschedulized, legalized, to where no one even cares if you're growing thousands or potentially millions of different, different seeds. That's where you're going to be able to do it. Like, say you actually get to have a breeding project where you have, I'm just going to say, one male of one variety and four females of another variety. You're going to get a lot of seeds, just say 10,000 seeds. So now if you grow all 10,000 seeds, you literally get to see every roll of the dice of every genetic representation that's there, right? And the more seeds, the more genetic representations are there. I think fingertips, don't get me wrong on this number. It's not what's important, but it's the message behind it. Fingertips, I think theoretically there's enough variation in a fingertip where there would have to be something like 15.8 billion people on Earth for there to even be two people on Earth with the same fingerprint. Because as much little curves and all that kind of shit that's in your finger, there can literally be like over 15 billion different codes or designs in a fingertip. So that's how seeds are. The more seeds you get to grow, the more genetic representation is there to express itself. You get to grow 10 seeds, you might not get to see the whole picture. You get to grow 1 million seeds, you get to see the whole picture. You know what I mean?
That's a big picture.
Yeah. I do want to throw another little thing in there though too, because there is there's a genetic expression to the environment. So like I've heard people talk about too, where you take a wide leaf variety and you move it into an environment that would traditionally be a narrow leaf variety, and that plant will start to shift to become more of a narrow leaf variety as you grow it there. Like if you clone it or if you're breeding it or whatever, I would imagine those traits would that plant or that genetic would start to express itself based on the environment that you're bringing it in as well. And those expressions can get passed along epigenetically through the next generation that you're breeding is my understanding of that too. So as that plant is shifting, it's actually triggering different things inside that gene code to come up. I mean, that's why when we talk about like triggering, Coots in chat, he always talks about aloe vera triggers the SAR response of the plant. That's what it's talking about. It's physically communicating with that plant and is causing a shift in that the way that genetic code is being read and printed and acted out. And that change will carry on though in every cell replicated after that too though.
Now we're cooking with fire. Here's Coot.
What's up, Coot?
Good.
So Coot, I seen you in chat there, man, and I was just looking up while Smiley was talking. I was looking up the climate of India.
Yeah.
And it seems like I'm having a hard time figuring out when their wet season is. It says the summers are hot and humid because obviously, like here, there's a lot of water. But they're closer to the equator, so they got the heat, but then they got heat and humidity in the summer, which doesn't necessarily translate to rainfall there, but it will translate to rainfall in the Himalayas or whichever way the wind's blowing. But when is the wet? I'm trying to figure out.
Well, the monsoon season is when you get the copious and flooding. I mean, right. It's just a fact of life.
So what I can't figure out is how does monsoon season relate to the grow season of cannabis in southern India? Is it the same time, or is it the opposite? Is it like us getting winter rain and then we're not growing, and then when we grow it's not raining? I don't know.
Well, the summer, I'll tell you, our summer is their summer as far as
right.
You have to get, it's more the below the equator.
Right.
But anyway, I wanted to say something. I'm not a breeder, never claimed to be. But what I do have is first-hand knowledge of the first imports, starting in '71 with, well, I mean the Mexican stuff, yeah. But Panama Red was the first like boutique. He had a song too that helped, kind of set the tone for the next 50 years, I guess. But what I wanted to say is that I had the luxury, because of where I lived and people I associated with, to see seeds from Africa, all over Asia, from east to west, all over Mexico, Central America, South America, and let's see, the Caribbean. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. And I would bet I've seen at least 200 different seed groups, or, because of the loads coming in. They may have been the same strain, but, this was, how it works. As it got more and more popular, the quality went down. And when the quality went down, the seeds got smaller. The biggest seeds I've ever seen any time were from the extremely healthy plants that were grown not by cannabis growers, but by farmers in those places. And they had to turn out good product, or the brokers, their stuff would get left. And they'd sell it to some other part of the world or whatever. So Oaxaca is the one, because what they actually did, so you have this tall plant and the leaves, the branches were just cut off and hung. So when you got them, they were 24 to 30 inches long. And the leaves, sensimilla that term didn't even come around until '77. So that was an American deal that they fought. They say, look, you're our producer, we're the customer, here's what we want. That wasn't part of the tradition of any culture around the world. Seeds have been valued by the human race. When groups of humans would migrate, they took their seeds with. They took their vegetable seeds, they took their herbs, they took their flowers.
They wanted to keep
that gave them a purpose, part of their being, their soul, if you will. And but also the seeds out of Afghanistan. My God, I mean, they look like 3 or 4 BBs. That amount of mass, if you glued them together. You know what I'm saying? Now, where you do see differences was on the markings, the stripes, the splots. Those definitely would differ from culture to, not culture, but region to region. But I have a theory, and then I'll shut up and you guys can argue. Here's my theory. Beginning about 1,500 years before the Common Era, India was sailing around the Horn and up to that river in Nigeria. That has been a major trading spot for millennia. That's where the slave trade happened. And what do sailors carry around the world? They carry their weed. I believe sincerely, having smoked a lot of different African, and they were all small. You didn't get loads. You got like a half a pound. I didn't, but a half a pound might come in. And so if you knew the guy, you might get a quarter ounce or something. And there was so much similarity, whether you're talking North Africa, all the way down. Now, the reason Durban is so unusual, it's been a major shipping point, east to west, west to east for millennia. And again, what do sailors bring? They got their stash with them, right? And I believe that they got to, many, if not all, the seeds got to the New World via the slave trade. Because if you go and look at the artwork of pre-Columbian peoples, you'll see every plant, every animal that was important memorialized in their artwork, in their carvings, in their paintings. They're pottery, right? Just like every other human culture. But you know what you don't see? You don't see
Cannabis.
cannabis.
Yep. They were too
So
strict.
my belief is it's a little bit. I think I have more evidence to say that it's more like a postulation. Is that it arrived with the early, and the slave trade was early. We know that for a fact, and that's the one that makes sense. It is also true that there are certain seeds that birds are not able to digest. Birds are also a big spreader of seeds. They eat a seed here, and if you know anything about the huge distances that birds migrate, I mean, to get from Europe to North America was no big deal. So, depending on which route you took. Anyway, that's my opinion. I believe that this has more to do with genotype. It has to do with how it was grown. And so the tradition in that region, I believe, would have a lot of input of how, because you're talking about, you mentioned water, how much water is available, what time of the year does a rain season hit, all those things, I think has more to do with the deal than the strain, even though that term is really misused in cannabis. See what I'm saying? And I don't think that Afghanistan seeds would always be the same size during the Afghanistan war with Russia in the 80s, for example, than they were in the 70s when the king was still there, and the hashish in Kandahar, Mazar Sharif, Kabul was tolerated by the central government. That's my opinion. Well, that's my experience too, of knowing, because watching how things changed as the political realities, beginning when the CIA overthrew the king in 74, 73, whatever it was, and the guys we supported against the Russians. I can't remember. We've been in and out of Afghanistan. If you look at the history, it's called the graveyard of history.
Our old friend Osama, that guy.
Yeah, exactly. I can't remember. We were supplying them with ground-to-air missiles and grenade launchers, and let's really stir it up.
Yeah. No,
careful who you party with. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you also mentioned that, as I've been throwing that idea in my head around, that I don't think those Catholic conquistadors were smoking weed, so I don't think Colombian gold came from them. So.
No, I'll leave it that one alone.
I'm a believer in that. I believe in a lot of things where the way history is rewritten, people want to push dates back, and then I'm like, no, things are more recent than we think they are.
Well, in cannabis, I mean, even today, people in America have this idea that in India is like really tolerant of cannabis. Nothing could be further from the truth. There was no huge cannabis production in India, and certainly not after the Brits got there and hung out for 300 years and just annoyed the shit out of everybody. But like, okay, the Kush Valley, for example, when you leave Benares and you head north of that highway that has been in existence for probably 5,000 years, it basically goes from the route of the Silk Route, goes straight south to what used to be called Bombay, and now it's called Mumbai. Mumbai has been a commerce center for, I don't know, at least
almost as long as we've been people able to move goods. Yeah.
And so when the Brotherhood started moving hash out of there in 66, 67, they didn't know how to do all this, but they had contacts in Afghanistan who knew the drill, the warlords, and they would then move it east, because it comes down the east side. If you look at the Indian Ocean, and you'll see the highway I'm talking about, it goes right into the big ports of Mumbai and that whole area where all the factories are and what have you. So, and I got to tell you too, I know it sounds really groovy to sit there and think, well, I bet those guys they really handpicked, these strains in this. We're talking warlords. We're talking about people that took plants and turned it in, not what we call hash today, but the hash of hashish. How's that? The stuff that made you, that's where the word assassin comes from, the hash eaters. And, but it wasn't like they were like, oh, that was so groovy last year. That stuff we grew over in the south side, I think it had a little bit more punch. I mean, they're just making bricks of it and getting it moved, to people that couldn't grow or produce it. It was a commodity. It would be like they actually grew more watermelons and melons than cannabis in Afghanistan. So anyway, that's my opinion.
So, Cooch, you were talking about the birds don't like the seeds of the cannabis?
No, I'm saying there are plants that the birds cannot digest the seed. I don't know anything about cannabis. I just know that in other plants in botany.
Yeah, because they would be a spreader of the seed.
Well, they are of worms, for example. Worms cannot digest worm cocoons. So let's say they land on Cascadian's worm compost pile, and there's some composting worms in there. So they eat all the worms that they can find, and they'll also pick up cocoons. The cocoons, what goes in has to come out if it doesn't get digested right. And so they fly to my place and defecate, and worms get in that pile, and that's how the worms are spread. The colonies are spread. They don't come up from the ground. That's a whole different kind of worm. Composting worms are a whole different. It's like I don't know. Well, it's dogs. You got mastiffs and you got chihuahuas. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah.
so.
I have a question for all you guys based on the seed thing. Not a question, but kind of a perspective. And with all those regions that you were talking about, Coot, that you've seen seeds from, and different developmental variances, that's a lot of history there. But what I was thinking is like, well, what about the climate? Like the climate and the okay, like you said, you mentioned like usually the big bulky seeds were from people who were farming that meant to do this, so they could keep doing this and yada yada. Well, I'm sure that they picked the perfect time to start breeding and start farming their cannabis, while other regions just kind of naturally had it happen. But maybe it wasn't at the perfect time see what I'm thinking is like maybe there's a perfect time frame where your male should hit your female for you to get that perfect developmental boost into seed production, rather than bud. Like let's say you get her pregnant later on while she's in flower, rather than starting earlier in flower. It has I would imagine the mother has a kind of slower chance of making her seeds, but she still wants to make those seeds. So she still does, because like I noticed in my bud, that I made these F1 seeds with, that there are some smaller seeds, but it's from later development in the bud. You know what I mean?
Let me answer. I think I understand. Let me answer your question this way. What we do today and have done for, let's say, 45 years, we'll say 50. Okay, I'll give you 50. How's that? Is completely unrelated to thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years of cannabis, hemp, whatever. I don't want to get into all that, but the biggest
Yeah.
thing was seeds. Why? It was livestock feed. You could press
Right.
oil out of it
Exactly.
for cooking.
And so
Or
you grow your own stock after, yeah.
right. I mean,
That
they
is,
weren't like, oh, we go on to harvest it now because my 14-year-old kid went out there and you can see the trikes are, they're going amber on us. I mean, that's a completely
yeah, that's different.
that's a
That's a whole
modern,
different
and I'm not
ballgame.
even. I don't want to get into this
I'm
one. I'm not even
talking,
convinced. Okay, I'll give you an example.
I'm talking,
I,
I'm
I
talking
have a
about
seed.
climate regions.
Well, that's what I'm
Okay.
talking about. I have a strain that I dates back to, or not a strain, it's a plant that dates back to
Gotcha.
1984. So it's 37 years old. And you can take it 12 weeks, you can take it 16 weeks, you can take it 18 weeks, and outdoors you can take it 11 months. And you're never going to get a cloudy trike. So if that's your marker, this is like the plant that never matured. That would be what people would say. Well, if you don't
That's
get those
awesome.
cloudy trikes, it's just not going to have the THC. The two are completely unrelated, but I don't want to bust anybody's
I've
bubble.
never really been you know, I've had a bunch of different plants to
Yeah,
see which one's best, and I kind of go by my green thumb more than, what people say. I kind of go by what light tells me
here's what
because
I
it really
do,
does it,
and I don't care if it's yours
you
or
know.
not. I don't mean that. I didn't mean that at all. I don't care whose seed it is. I don't care
No, I
where
don't
it came
understand.
from. I don't care what the story is. About week 8, I start rubbing the bottom of the bud, and I smell it. I've been growing since 1976. I give about that much credence to what somebody on a forum says
Yeah.
because everything's always this whole blanket. It has to apply to everything. I mean, you wouldn't do that with a dog. I mean, I have a bulldog. You think I'm ever going to train that animal to go out and retrieve a bird that I shot out of the air? Good luck, you know. Or if I had some foo-foo horrible dog like a Chihuahua or something. I mean, what are you going to train that to do? Chase cockroaches out in the yard? I mean, to make
Find some maples.
the cannabis scene is such a business, and it's so detached from science, from botany, from biology. It's about chemistry. It's about how fast could I flip this thing? I got bills to pay, and I didn't. It wasn't any better before. I mean,
Well,
this
for
isn't
me,
anything new.
it's not like that. I can say that.
No,
Like
I'm at
straight
the
up, I'm
industry. No, I'm
probably
talking
more.
about the industry. I'm talking about the crap that ends up in our dispensaries here for $1 a
Oh
gram. No,
man.
$2 a gram in a pre-roll.
I agree. I think there is somebody else that was talking about that too, though, where like the shorter week flowering strains are less potent than the longer weeks. So
Of
like
course they are.
some of the ones that you take
Yeah.
10 to 12 weeks are going to be way more potent than ones you're
Oh,
harvesting.
no, you didn't know that, hey, 8 weeks is it. This is a true story. I gave a commercial farm here one of my pride and joys. It's called the TO, the one from 1984. And I crossed it with a donation from DJ Short on his way to the blueberry thing. He had a couple of branches that didn't pan out. One was Blue Velvet. You might have heard of that one.
Yep.
And this one was Velvet Rush. And I got it from a member of the Brotherhood who had brought up seeds. This is like in 1986, 87 to Oregon from California. And they're giving them seeds. That's where the seeds came from because the Brotherhood had been important hash for, previous 20 years out of Afghanistan. They probably had a handle on it. So I gave him this cross. And I had even sent the clones and the seeds from DJ Short to Hawaii because Oregon's a horrible place to do seeds. I mean, if you're not out of the field by the middle of October, you're just rolling the dice as far as mold. So when I gave him the seeds, I actually gave him cuts. I said, you have to take this 12 weeks. You got 2 sativa mothers in it, from the same district, not the same load, not, the same area. And an old Kandahar from 71. I said, you got to go 12 weeks. You got to go 12. Well, and it was in a greenhouse, light assisted greenhouse is what they call it here in Oregon. That license, it's a little bit different than a regular straight up outdoor. And at 8 weeks, the buds, I will admit, they were monster. And the guy says, well, I'm going to take it down. I said, it's not done. He looks at me like, listen, you old fucker, I know when it's done. I went, hey, it's your deal, man, not mine. So then about a month and a half later, I get a call from the idiot wife. We tested it, it's only 17%. Well, it must suck to be you, Cupcake. You're the one that pulled it down 4, if not 8 weeks early. Don't call me.
So
Anyway, they were out of business that first year of in business. It was that first year when all that foreign money was rolling around Oregon, and you could get anything for financed. If you had hemp muffins, you could find somebody that would bankroll you to produce hemp muffins to ship all up and down the West Coast. So
I was doing a little digging while Coot's been gracing us with his presence. It looks like the monsoon season in southern India is from June to September.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Right. So I was worried because I thought you poked a hole in my theory, but it actually still fits with my theory. If the water comes from June to September, but the seed pops in April, then we're playing that same race in the soil, dry down. You're going to get a bigger seed. You're going to see a bigger seed in southern India. It still fits. I just wanted to synthesize that before it got lost.
Let me add one other thing.
That's what I was looking at.
This is important. Friends of mine who went to India in search of a guru, like 68, 69, they obviously, you have to look at a map, find Benares, and that's like the Vatican is to the Catholic faith, Benares is to the Hindu faith. That's the epicenter of the universities, all that. And anyway, that takes you up to the Kush Valley, that highway, road, or whatever you want to call it. And what they told me, and not just one, this was a repeat over and over, people that, I would meet in my life that had been to India and in some cases lived there for a couple, 3, 4 years, is that in the areas where they had the best pot, where the sadhus would be on the side of the road doing hand-rolled resin balls, right? The plants where there was human interaction, where the villagers would bring their animals to feed in the water streams, and the plants would be grown on the side, that was where the best cannabis was. It wasn't the feral stuff. It's the stuff that there was this ongoing association with humans and human activity.
It's like psilocybin. That's like psilocybin.
Yeah.
That's like cubensis, man. Like even beach shrooms. You go to the beach.
Well, last night I found out that I'm in the wrong business. Some people get $45,000 a pound for hash. Wow.
Holy
that $100 gram rosin. Do the math.
Are you sure it's that much? Well, let me see. 450 grams times. That's 45,000.
Yeah.
Kiss me.
Hey,
I can grow mushrooms. Terrence McKenna said that 5 grams was what, a heroic? Let's go superstar. Let's do, an ounce. I'd do that before I'd pay $100 to somebody for a gram of something. No, it's clean. You can trust me. No,
I know someone in the medical thing, and he kind of had his heart broken because he got involved. He figured out who his bosses were behind the scenes, and he was like ashamed that they would buy moldy weed from people coming in there and then sell it to medical patients. And that kind of put a stick up his ass. And now it's very weird.
Ouch.
He produces single source rosin, but wholesale, it's like $80 a gram. And I'm like, dude, you're fucking those medical patients just as bad as them smoking moldy weed. Because, they can't afford $80 a gram fucking grams of rosin.
So Gus, did I answer the question before you got to ask it? Was that where you were going?
Yeah, about that temperate region, about the June to September, and basically how, basically, yeah. You
Cool.
know,
I just wanted to make sure
thanks.
you got what you were looking for. At
Yeah, I
least.
appreciate that, man. I wanted to say that. Yeah.
It's fascinating. I've spent a lot of time thinking about this because I'm trying to figure out how to grow not just cannabis but another 500 different herbs in the changing climate, changing world we're living in. So I've had to do immense amounts of digging into how we used to do things before we started this suppression of knowledge and egotistical farming and first world
Cancerous farming.
fuckery. Like,
Right.
yeah, I've spent a lot of time trying to unravel how these things came to be the way that they are, not what we want them to be.
Yeah.
So thanks for entertaining me tonight, guys, and thanks, Coop, for popping on, dude, because it was fun to talk to you in chat, but this is always greater.
Oh yeah, I know, right? Thanks, dude. I
Well,
tried
just
to get that question
understand,
out in chat, but
hey,
I
Cascadian, understand. You heard me say this 100 times. I don't pretend to be a breeder. I don't want to be a breeder. Um,
Yeah.
and I'll just leave it at that. You know, I mean,
Right, but you have
I
experience that the rest of us wish we had, man. You have, and that's what I appreciate from you is that you have the hands on. You've seen the shit. You watched it. You've got umpteen fucking years on me that I can't. I can't go back and see shit when I wasn't here, So I appreciate it. Like that's a whole different aspect to. I can bring the science, I can bring all that shit, but I can't go to the '70s, no matter how hard I try.
still
Not,
maintain that the most powerful cannabis I've ever, on a regular basis. I mean, obviously, there's always a special load, or some surfer came back and have you ever surfed? You're always repairing your board, it gets dings in it, right? So traveling around the world with your surfboard in '68 with parts A and B to make fiberglass patches, and nobody was, you know, there was no DEA for starters.
right.
That nightmare didn't happen until the mid '70s. But so you could say you're surfing in Sri Lanka and you got a good score. Well, you could open up your board and stuff, a couple of pounds, and then patch it. And when you went through customs, you're just another bum surfer, And so that when I say, it wasn't like big loads, it wasn't like that shit didn't happen until the Colombian nightmare of the late '70s. Probably the worst weed that ever landed on American shores. But the all the really good weed, like I hate the word cannabis. No, this is happening. This is cannabis. That's weed. And regardless of where it came from, because it was a crop, not a lifestyle. I mean, the Mexicans in Oaxaca region or Culiacan or Guadalajara.
it couldn't be a lifestyle, right?
No,
Yeah.
I mean they were just the hippies. It was so funny because by '68, some of the Mexican, because they're farmers, they were, what military calls indigenous personnel. They didn't want money anymore because they couldn't use it, so they had to start taking down Levi's, buck knives, tools, shovels, hoes. That's what they needed and wanted. And there's a famous story about the Brotherhood cleared out all Levi's in Orange County, sending people out to buy all they could so they could take them down there and trade for loads of bricks. And that story is repeated in other parts of the world too. Like, what am I supposed to do with this money? It's not even gold. It's not like you're bringing me gold bars or silver coins. It's paper money. So
Yeah, we see there's a group called the Indian Land Race Exchange, and they're essentially still doing that today. They sell the packs to us Westerners, but they take that money, convert it into construction materials, and they've built schools in the Himalayas. built villages, they've built bridges, they don't where they pull the seeds from, they don't just go and give them money and say, here, you're fabulous now. They actually go the extra step to improve their life or build them something that means something to that community. They turn it into something of substance, and it's not the paper money. It's like you're saying, the tools or the clothes or the I've seen them drop
Medicines.
off loads of clothes to villages.
Yeah, medicine. Yeah, exactly.
So it's still kind of going on today, which is why I love to support those guys. I have a few things from them because I know what they're doing. They have the right spirit about it.
Hey, I don't want to sell my seeds. The seeds that I'm making, I'm gonna keep I'm gonna keep like going on and making F all the way to F whatever, fucking 6, 7, 8, and breed lines. I'm gonna be doing all that, but I don't want to sell any of it. Like shit. I wanna find people that are down to do stuff like that, and I've always wanted to start something that actually is decent, that has decent like quality to it. Not worry about all the logistics, just care about the quality. All I care about is the quality. I don't care about all the logistics or but I'd love to,
Cascadia mentioned water. Here's a good example. So you have two big production areas in the west, which would be Northern California. I'm going to define that for this discussion from Sacramento north to the Oregon border, and then the Oregon border on the west side of the Cascades, which means water. But anyway, those areas are Northern California and Southern Oregon are already in a drought. We're not even at the end of May. And so what you have there is several decades of mainstream farming. You have orchards, pears, cherries, fruit that has a stone in the middle is called a drupe. That's a category of plant. But you also have grains down there, rice, barley, and then the most inefficient crop you could possibly grow is potatoes in the Klamath Basin. And then add on top of that the tourism from the fishing and the whitewater rafting on the southern rivers that are also fishing runs, salmon runs. So you have all these competing interests. And now we're going to add, 3 or 4 years ago, we added cannabis. Okay, but that was pretty limited. 40,000 was the big square feet, basically an acre. That was the big license, and the little license is 20,000 square feet, half acre more or less. And then now you had, and under Oregon law, you got 100 acres. You want to plant 100 acres in hemp? Have at it. Have at it. So you have all these sectors, some long established, and two really big users, cannabis and hemp, that are really the new kids on the block. So it'd be interesting to see how it shakes out. Because, for example, the salmon runs, that's controlled by the Pacific Marine. That's an international treaty, Pacific Marine Fisheries. You can't just go, oh yeah, we're going to cut your water off. We got to grow some wheat over here. So, no more salmon runs. And park your jet boats. And yeah, it should be fun.
They're going to turn California into a dust bowl.
What's that?
I said they're going to turn California into a dust bowl, just like they did.
Oh yeah. This is going to be a really, really, really bad year. They've already had meetings down on the border with representatives from the state, federal, county levels. There's so many interests. You have vineyards, wine producers.
That's a lot to think about, man.
Yep.
That's a lot to think about, There's a lot going on, man. I was watching this video. It's not even on the subject, but I seen this video of somebody cruising in the Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, like one of the worst hoods or whatever, just driving through it, and like just all the trash that I've seen the California too and stuff, but just all the trash that people leave. I seen a video the other day of somebody, a grow video on YouTube, where somebody straight up took their fucking leftover. Oh man, it was fucked up. They just took it. They took their leftover wastewater and dumped it in their backyard. Just dumped it into the backyard. You know.
Dude,
Like,
there's
that's what
people that change their car oil and dump it in their backyard. Fucking batteries.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Where it came from. That's what they tell themselves. You know, it's crazy.
Think about this for a minute. So, Oregon was the first state that decriminalized weed in 1971 or 72. So 50 years, we were the first one. It was a ticket.
Right.
Maximum was $100. No misdemeanor, no felony. Just okay.
No wonder the fucking people are so cool there, dude.
So, well, this was during Vietnam. So you could come to Oregon and go to school, get a student deferment, keep out of the draft and smoke weed. It filled up the universities like crazy. I mean, out of state. And so that was a big money maker for the state. So they went, well, this is pretty cool. And I mean, we voted on legalization in 76. It didn't pass, obviously, but this was a ballot initiative, get some signatures. And because that's how we run our state. Our legislature doesn't do anything. Everything's on ballot initiatives. One time we had 61 ballot initiatives one election. And that's not even counting the county ones, just the state shit, the big ones. But now we weren't the first. We were behind Alaska, and I don't know who else. But we went legal medical in the election in '98. So, so there's always been this attitude about growing weed here. I mean, sure, say you got drunk one night and you're out there shooting a gun at midnight in the air, and the neighbors call and they come out there, got to deal with your drunk ass. They find 20 plants. Yeah, you're probably going to get dicked around, you can't be stupid your whole life. And so, yeah, I mean, it's like, and now when they made it legal, and as usual in most of these states, a lot of people don't understand this. The people that are going to benefit the most, they're the ones that write the laws, that hire the attorneys and the researchers and get that thing just tweaks right so that they're dancing and the guy growing it is getting this by the time. Okay, so if the place down at the end of my street sells pre-rolls, a gram for $2, let me see, that's $900 a pound, right? That's what the dispensary's selling it for. Well, how many steps did it go for the time it left the production farm? What, a broker, a distributor, just like produce, right? You got forwarders, you got packers, everybody's getting they call it fingerprinting. Everybody gets a fingerprint on that box from the time it leaves the orchard and wherever until it gets to your supermarket.
Shit out. Sorry. Go on.
No, I just, I mean, how can you sell a pre-roll for $2 for a gram? And you go to any of these dispensaries, and we got a shitload of them. I mean, we got a mess of them here.
It's got to be somebody's bunk. It's got to be somebody's
Well, of course it is. Of course it's bunk. There's no standard. There's no standard on quality.
Yeah.
That's not really what you're looking for.
Here's my point too.
$100 a gram of rosin to sell you.
It's the tobacco and liquor people that run medical marijuana in the first fucking place. It's not like the fucking Health Organization of America. It's fucking the Liquor and Tobacco Federation that actually made medical marijuana. So everybody's sitting here saying, oh, medical, but really they don't realize all the shit they're fucking smoking, because it's fucking tobacco and liquor that made this shit fucking legal in the first place, that own this. So what the fuck? You know what I mean?
Didn't they outlaw liquor though? Like, wasn't that part of why they took away home breweries when they first took away prohibition? Was because so many people were getting poisoned. A lot of people had their brews in their basements and shit, and were poisoning people. Wasn't that part of it?
Well, I mean, no, I think that's an excuse to use against. That's an easy like fold for them, because think about it. They legalized cigarettes.
But you can literally like kill people if you're making moonshine wrong and shit, right?
Well, they kill people with cigarettes is my point. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, they make things that kill us that they know kills us, like for a fact.
Oh yeah.
I'm going to paraphrase.
They advertise it and have us suck it like it's a tit, dude. Like
then they'll put commercials for the prescriptions on all the symptoms that the shit they sold.
I mean, come on.
Caused, you know.
They do
Yeah,
the
the
same
Wizard of
thing.
Oz, the girl says, I don't think we're in Kansas anymore. And I would say this about the cannabis. I don't think we're at Woodstock anymore. So
they do the same thing
to cut
with
and
your
dry
food.
business, you know. What I do like here is
that needs to be a T-shirt.
Yeah.
Put it on your Patreon.
What I do like about Oregon is that they gave us 4 plants per household.
Oh shit, that's cool.
So I mean, and Cascadian's seen some of my pictures. 800-gallon pots. Just to give you a frame of reference, that's 2 full pallets of soil. If you went to Home Depot, those are 2 yards. A yard's 27 cubic feet, so 54 bags is 2 yards, and that's 2 pallets. So that's the amount of, and then of course you got your amendments. I love grinding on this one. So yeah, and you got your aeration, you got to have your worm castings, and of course I got to have my neem and karanja meal. And let's see what else. Oh yeah, basalt, not zeolite, not bentonite, not azomite, paramagnetic basalt. Okay. There you go.
Bam.
Oh yeah. What else? Oh yeah. Just to appease the cannabis gods, I toss in a cup of oyster shell powder. Not because it's cool, because it's cheaper than limestone. It's all calcium carbonate. Yeah. Oh yes, I use oyster shell powder. It's 50 cents cheaper for 50 pounds than a bag of limestone. So there you go. There's my mix.
I see a lot of people doing the ferments in WCAP with the KNF, with the eggshells and vinegar and stuff. And I always worry about that, but you can actually just boil eggs. When you make hard boiled eggs, you can actually take the leftover water and use that for calcium too.
Well, I had an opportunity. I didn't know who he was, and I don't mean that as a negative. No. I'm not into that, but I had an opportunity to talk with Chris Trump, who I guess is like a big guru in the KNF thing. And I was really polite, and I said, well, I got a question for you. I said, so it's called Korean natural farming. He says, right. I said, okay. I said, well, the author of One Straw Revolution, I always mispronounce it, so I'm not going to try. But he coined that phrase in 1938, and he's Japanese, okay? So let's fast forward to the late 90s, early 2000s. We have a guy from the Philippines by the name of Gil Carandang, who taught us how to take eggshells and char them. Yeah. And that, because there's a tiny amount of phosphorus in calcium carbonate, so now we have calcium phosphate. Does that ring a bell? Does that sound like Mr. Cho or Master Cho or whatever we're supposed to call him? Yeah. So, and he's laughing, Chris. He goes, and so I said at one point, so where's this Korean connection? And then he says, well, it's only called Korea natural farming in America. Everywhere else around the world, it's called natural farming. I said, you mean like the original guy in Japan? He's the one that, the seed balls where you take manure and you put your seeds and you let it dry. And then when it comes time for planting, you just toss the balls, we use terms like sustainable agriculture, no-till. That's all came from this one man. Fukioto. It's anyway. You can download the book. You can find it all over the internet for free. The One Straw Revolution. So anyway, and he's laughing. He said, "Yeah, you're right." I said, "I just don't. Where's this Korean thing coming from? You know?" And most of the recipes, Gil Karandang did. Remember, he had a website called The Unconventional Farmer, and then he had a book that you could get from Kindle. It had all these recipes, ferments and. But see, his thing, he was working with third world people that were really poor as a way to increase food production. And he gave the information away. He wasn't, it wasn't a cannabis thing. And some cannabis people in the early days, like this around like 2008, 2009 on IC Mag and others, were starting to talk about the One Straw Revolution book, Gil Karandang, and that's kind of how the thing got started in the cannabis area. I mean, so there you go.
Right, KNF's
Oh,
a
wow,
marketing
look at
term.
this.
It's a
Hey,
marketing
this is
term.
a great. Hey, this is a cool little thing you sent up there, Smiley. The unconventional farmsupply.com.
Right, that's the archived version of Gil Karangdang's
Oh,
original.
cool.
Yeah,
Cool.
that's that. I was telling you, it's still archived. There's the link in the chat there.
Oh, good.
I would post it in the YouTube chat, Eagle, but I'm not a mod, so maybe you can copy paste that into the YouTube chat at some point.
I just lost. There we go. Okay, I gotta keep this.
But that's not the original Gil Karangdang website because it got taken down. But those
Right.
are the pages archived on the backside of this unconventionalfarmsupply.com. But yeah, it's KNF before they put a marketing term on it, which is why KNF pisses me off.
Right.
Because it's a damn marketing term.
Sure
It's
it is.
another way to market up to the cannabis community, make them think they see something new, and charge them top fucking dollar for it.
Yeah.
Dude, I hate to say it, but that Elaine Ingham, I know everybody, but she comes out with this new stuff and everybody buys into it. I know people that are putting thousands of dollars into that shit, and it's like, dude, I mean, we're gonna get it. We're gonna get the information. It's gonna come out in PDF form for everybody in the world.
It's gonna be Mammoth P all over again.
I forgot two things in my soil mix, and chat mentioned it. And Smiley, thank you. Got to have kelp meal. I know it's got arsenic and heavy metals and. Let's see what else. Barley, malted barley, and that causes microbial collapse. You know that? Yeah. Because you need to do it with a compost tea. You need to get a $600 Vortex brewer. Now you got to have one that goes clockwise and counterclockwise, because depending on the time of the year, do you want to do your teas with the system or against it?
What cycle is the moon in?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
You got to remember, I was there.
Evidence
I was there at the very beginning of the whole compost tea thing, before the book was written. I've known Tad Hussey, his father Leon. Most of the pictures in the wonderful book, Teaming with Microbes, if you look real closely, they're taken by Leon Hussey. The microscope shots of nematodes and all that good stuff, and and that's how he got started. His father and he had a business selling the first plug-and-play compost tea brewer. The company was called Simplicity. Get it? Simplicity. Yeah. And they gave me one time to test it. I said, okay, sure. So I got home and I plugged it in. It was one of those air pumps like you plug in a car to blow up an air mattress, like you're camping. I'm serious. Except this one had a regular plug on it. And the decibels, I had it on for 10 minutes and I just pulled the thing out of the wall. I said, yeah, tested. I'm done. And that was the end of that. So I'll tell you, if you want to, here's the cheapest one, and this will do 50 gallons at a time. Cost you of water. This will cost you about $1.50. Okay? So EcoGrow has a 200 liter per minute pump. So I'll use a Stoner conversion. That's 50 gallons, right? So 50 gallons of air per minute. And on sale, probably now, especially, you could probably pick them up for $1.30. Okay? And you're going to need some 3/8 the heavy duty tubing, right? And now the air stone is 7 inches in diameter, 7, and it's 2 inches thick, and it's got a big brass 3-inch knob. They use it on farms to aerate ponds to reduce the algae, and they
It's
also
got
float
brass
barley.
on it though.
Huh?
It's got brass on it though.
Oh, I know that could cause. Well,
Antimicrobial.
it could mess with the
Man, come on,
space-time
dude.
continuum.
You're gonna smoke that weed and you're gonna develop lockjaw.
Oh, I know. But anyway, so I guess like your home garden, your vegetable garden, you want to say where you live, you have a lot of chlorine.
Yeah.
I live in the oldest city in west of the Mississippi. Ours is all mountain runoff from Mount Hood. I'm gold, but not everyone lives, on the
I know where that
Clackamas
is.
River, right? So
I know where that is. That's cool.
yeah.
I like that area, man.
Well, I live right at the confluence of the Willamette and the Clackamas. I walk by there every morning with my dog, Agnes.
The Dalles. I used to go. I went to the Dalles a few times and hang out there for a few weeks.
What is that?
But let's say you want to dechlorinate your water. All it takes is oxygen. So you put this pump in it, because it's so heavy, it goes right to the bottom. It's not going anywhere. And you plug it in and give it 10 minutes, and there you go. Bye-bye chlorine. It went floating away. And then if you want to do one of those wonderful compost teas, get that stuff analyzed, and we're going to do some. This is going to be bacteria dominant this time. Oh, okay, good.
Yeah.
Always worry about bacteria.
You know what's sad is I've been really trying to listen to. I've been trying to be more open-minded to a lot of discussions where so-called experts are asked to, help us understand things, and I just get more confused. Like things I thought about trichoderma aren't what I thought. Things I thought about compost tea.
There you go. Tell me this, okay? When you look at and I don't mean this to be disparaging, but when a person looks at legitimate farm suppliers, okay, that international sales, and let's take humic acid, that's a good one, because that's it's so loosey-goosey as far as what constitutes a humic acid, a legitimate one, or whatever. Here's the problem with the compost teas. Let's say that it works. Okay, let's just say Coot's wrong. All right, it works. But now here's your problem. There's no national, state, or local standards for the word or definition for compost, for vermicompost. You could just take some crap of, some cow shit behind Uncle Bob's barn that's been there for 5 years, throw it in a bag and say, yeah, this is compost. Okay. And worm castings. It's like, tomatoes. You want a good tomato? You got to grow it. Yeah. You want good worm castings? Get the biggest smart pot you can afford and turn that into a worm bin.
Some cities have, access to their shitty compost,
Oh yeah, that's the worst.
And that's what we're talking about right there, is what you're talking about.
Even if let's say I set up and I was doing 300 yards a year of thermophilic composting, I could do whatever I wanted. I could add this or not add it. Oh, that's too much. I don't want to add basalt. Let's just do sand. Oh, okay. I'm still gold. Okay.
And that's another thing is nitpicking what's better, a fungally or bacterially dominant fungus or compost. Where I thought maybe in cannabis's sake, because it's not a long-term plant, it's only in a pot for X amount of time. doesn't necessarily need to be 100% dominant in fungal. It doesn't need to be 100% dominant in bacterial. As long as there's a little bit of both, it's good for a short-term plant like cannabis.
Plants benefit when humans are involved as little as possible. Plants survive. Plants were here before the plant king. Well, first was the fungal kingdom, then the plant kingdom, then the animal kingdom, and we're on the tail end of that one. They did rather well for 450 million years without human intervention.
Right, then we done knocked everything down, you know.
Like my two favorite composts to essentially use would be vermicompost, worm compost. Like
Absolutely.
I said, done with our own hand, and then a little bit slower process, but I think just as good as fungally dominated red wood chip compost. But that takes 3 years to form.
But okay, here's my input to you on redwood. So, do you live in an area where you can go to a redwood forest?
I do not.
Okay. Well, you can look it up. I mean, there's photos of everything. Look at the floor of a redwood forest. You'll notice that there's nothing between the trees. Now, you look at a Douglas fir forest in the Pacific Northwest, and it's got ferns, and I mean, you'd have to have a machete to chop your way through it.
National Forest, Umpqua.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why would that be? Do you think maybe that redwoods have plant exudes that limit the growth of other plants so they're not in competition with them? That's kind of what I'm thinking.
See, but at the same time, they want to find that stimulating growth aspect of the root system and the trunk itself. So like, that's why they take coconut and they're like, oh, coconut's so great because it's this big, huge fucking nut, you know, this big, huge seed.
A seed,
you know,
yes.
A seed, you know, you're looking for
I was the one that introduced coconut water several years ago.
Oh, dude, thank you. Thank you very much. Because I
and here's why, because the water.
Hey, that's Brondo.
That's an embryo.
Okay.
And think of all the energy that any plant puts into a seed, unless there's a cannabis grower involved, to make sure that the reproduction, that's the function of every biological organism on this planet, is to reproduce, right?
Yeah.
Whether you're a bacteria or an elephant or whatever.
First thing you're going to run out of in the desert is electrolyte.
In World War II, USA medical doctors were using coconut water in the South Pacific as blood replacement. So I followed that rabbit down the hole, and then I learned that a researcher this is before it was called the Department of Defense, it was called the War Department. There wasn't even a Pentagon yet. He had a thing for growing orchids. He was like a researcher type guy.
Yeah.
And he started reading these reports how they were using coconut water as a blood replacement. So he started messing with it with orchids. And to this day, what's that, 80 years later almost? Check into orchid propagation.
Yeah, I've looked into that. Yeah, it's pretty.
Coconut water. Right?
Coconut water. Well, they use moss. Just straight.
Oh, that part, yes, right.
They bind it together.
Yep.
You know, and then they put it in a vase or a container of any sort. You could put it in a propagator if you wanted to.
So let me address Red Pills, because he has a really good question. I think because you don't usually hear this from, consultants, because they're really busy consulting and stuff. Okay, so back vermiculture, that whole entire process is definitely bacteria driven. It's a combination of enzymes that come from the material. It's the enzymes that the worms exude to trigger specific microbial responses. And in the worm's digestive tract, which is all they consume, they don't eat anything. They only consume one thing. That's bacteria manure. And in the tract, the enzymes turn it into castings and not worm manure. Not all worms are composting worms. Okay? So if you're concerned, and you should be, not be concerned, but be aware that this is not going to have the fungal profile that you might want, you can do things to add fungal colonies to that don't require hocus pocus, woe smocus. If you live in an area of any size, you're going to have find a mushroom grower doing oysters or lion's mane or the mushrooms, culinary and medicinal. But they grow those in what are called fruiting blocks. And once they're harvested, those fruiting blocks are an agricultural waste. They have to pay to get it hauled away. But guess what? They'll give it to you. You can bust that thing up and spread it on your compost and let the mycelium just ravage that compost pile, establish more fungal colonies than 10 billion years of compost tea is ever going to do.
Yeah.
With an agricultural waste.
That's what I use, man, as leftover mushroom waste.
There you go.
Well, I like that idea even better than buying like we said, going around manufacturing a supposed bag of spores that they're telling me is 6 different strains of trichoderma.
So Kuda, I got 2 questions for you. One I've heard you talk about, but I want to hear you talk about it again, and the other one I don't know if I've ever heard your answer to.
Okay.
The one I don't know that I've ever heard your answer to is, where do you fall on this whole bacterial dominant, fungal dominant soil for cannabis? Which is it, a 1-to-1? Is it a 1-to-5? Is it a 5-to-1? Is it bacteria dominant, fungal dominant? And then the other one, I seen it in chat, so I'm just relaying a question from chat. What's the difference between a well done compost and a poorly done compost?
Oh, excellent question.
Yeah.
First, because the word thermophilic is used, there are people who think, well, all I need to do is run it up to 140 and I'm composting. Wrong. The only thing that doing that does is kill pathogens. So there's an upside and a downside to everything, balance, yin and yang, all that whole thingy. The Zen thing, with the 2 circles. Okay. All right. So it kills everything. It kills. So when it's done, when you ramp it up to 140, you effectively have destroyed these. I'm going to use real layman's terms: the good guys and the bad guys. Okay. So then when it drops below 100, now it's in what we call the mesophilic. And here we start adding materials that will develop the microbe colonies, but also the nutrient profile. And some of those, I know we're risking, destroying third world populations, but kelp is a really good one. Small amounts applied on top, not inside, of alfalfa meal. If you cover it, you could start ramping it up again. So, and that's why the layman's term is curing. So yeah, 8 to 9 months is about what it takes to make good compost. Now, when you rush it, and let's face it, if it's in a bag, it was rushed. It may have started out wonderful, and as soon as the orders start coming in, hey, we got to get it bagged. What's that expression? Oh yeah, screw art, let's dance. Just get it done, and cha-ching, cash the check. So if you want it, you got to do it yourself. But the difference is in the steps taken. Because remember, composting, as you and I are talking about this, is a relatively new phenomenon. It only dates to at the oldest 1927, so it's not even 100 years. I mean, it's a butterfly fart, Yeah, it's a nothing. So that's the big one. And what are you using? What are you starting with? You want carbon. Well, the least cheapest carbon I know of is straw. It's an agricultural waste product. And you can use anything for your nitrogen, alfalfa, it doesn't matter, that part, comfrey. But yeah, you'll have it up to temp, seriously. If you do the lasagna thing, a lot more carbon than nitrogen is the first step. But yeah, you can have it up to 140 within 48 hours. That's a nothing. because if that's all there was to composting, then all farmers would have to do would be get some used ocean-going containers, right, and stuff it full of straw, and somehow magically, 3 months later, you got to pour the crap out of it, because it turned to liquid. But anyway, it's microbes that create compost, not the heat. Because if you look at cold composting processes like black leaf mold, which takes 3, 4, 5 years, especially if you're using oak leaves that have a lot of lignin, but that's also going to give you high fungal, because that's what fungi live on, is polysaccharides, lignin, cellulose, pick a term, same thing. But I want to address trichoderma. What I got, if you look at legitimate suppliers of materials, they will say this contains no trichodermas. That's like, you have to, or people are just going to move. But in cannabis, it's like, oh yeah, we got trichoderma, sure. But here's the problem. That's like saying cannabis. There's a whole range of trichoderma. It's like bacteria. Some of them will take your leg off. It's called gangrene. Other ones, make our cheese and beer, and see what I mean? So, I know what you're talking about. There's some people running around and they're just selling a name. They couldn't discuss trichodermas, because there's some trichodermas on really poorly processed core. I mean, the stuff that's got all the salt. I mean, the reptile stuff, the ones that the reptile guys use for their cages or whatever.
Yeah.
Man, you're just rolling the dice.
I had that offered to me. I said, I don't think that's such a good idea.
Good for you.
Strayed away from that a long time ago. Another thing is, when you mentioned everything you just said, I've had results that, let's say I'm not astounded with it to the point where I think it's at the top of the pyramid, but I've used bagged compost, bagged worm compost, trichoderma that was supposedly sold to me in a jar, in a baggie or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm imagining the margin of all those things I could do myself and how much better and more impressed I'm going to be with the result, if I was already somewhat impressed with those results.
Well, even Eagle, he had me on the program a few months ago, 3 months ago or something, and I don't mean this. I didn't disrespect. I didn't know who he was, and but anyway, he came on the program and he said there's some plants there that I done the way I've always done it, which I think was core and bottled products or whatever. And then this one over here he did with worm castings, and he didn't. He goes, "Which one do you think was worm castings?" Oh, I said, "That's easy. It's one right on the right hand side." Well, how did you know that? I said, because you're never going to get that kind of bulk, that kind of color, that kind of development. I don't care if it's advanced, which is really an oxymoron. Advanced nutrients is neither. Or what? I don't even know them all. I lost interest. But Botanicare, which was a house brand for sunlight distribution. That's why it always had the end cap. Because they ran the stores. I don't care who owned it, but Sunlight was very dictatorial. Told you what you could carry and how much you had to charge for it and all those other things. Now it's owned by Scott's Miracle-Gro, make you feel warm and fuzzy. So they pretty much own the cannabis, the retail. What's a little left of it is the retail cannabis trade, the grow stores.
So Coot, that was my question on the compost, and I was having a lot of trouble with my connection right then and there. But if I heard you right, you always say that the bag compost, you lost everything right there. And I just wanted to point out that that's actually a microbial collapse that you're talking about. That's why I asked that question.
Yeah.
So if you're seeing positive results from that, then that only, to me, makes me think it's going to go through the ceiling doing it yourself.
Absolutely. If the best proof is always, that old saying about it in the pudding. I don't understand what it means, but the expression is established anyway. The first time you use real legitimate worm castings, the real deal, it's like this thing will snap in your brain and go, oh, so that's what it's supposed to look like. I mean, you don't have gnats or all this shit, fungus gnats and root aphids and just this insanity. And the plant will take care of itself. I shouldn't say this, but I did. I gave some plants to somebody in the Midwest last Thursday, and I told them how to pack them in a 5-gallon bucket. But no, they were we can save some money because that costs a lot to do it that way. Oh, okay. Well, these are 37-year-old genetics, but yeah, go ahead and show me what you can do. So I got a picture, and man, it looked like, well, it wasn't very good. So the guy's really upset. Not with me, he was upset because his agent here. I didn't pack it. I don't do that. I'm in Oregon. I can get anybody I want. What you do with it, put a paper bag over my head. The unknown ganja guy. So anyway, he texts me. He shows me the pictures, and he's like, "What should I do?" So I said, "Well, get my famous fix-it mix, a cup of alfalfa and a quarter cup of kelp and 5 gallons of water and let it sit for about 18 hours. And then I said, don't put a aeration on it. You're just going to have a mess. A lot of saponins in alfalfa, anyway. So he starts putting it on, and I told him how often. I said every other day. He sends me pictures today and it looked like they never were touched. But he was all ready to go down to the grocery store in, I don't know, Peoria or some horrible place like that. And, they would have stuck it up his ass for at least $200. At least $200. Oh, well, you need to do the cow mag and this. What else we got? Oh, we got the boron locking out that calcium. You don't want that. Okay. Oh, can I get a $700 gallon of Mammoth microbes? Can you put that on my tab?
John Sinclair. John Sinclair has a John Sinclair has a nice simple way of growing too. That I heard about. I mean, I know a girl who that's her uncle, but she lives over here in the States. But yeah, John Sinclair had some pretty cool growing methods. Just throwing down lime in the beach, just like a normal fucking garden farmer would. Treat his soil, but he would till his shit though. He was a tiller, but he had a simple method. So.
Yeah, my message is real simple too. It's LAFTA. Leave it the fuck alone.
Dude, you know what, man? Best results I've ever had. LAFTA. Yep.
I am curious though, like up the line of like a terroir or that discussion of, different additives to the soil. Like there's guys, so John Intra is one that talks about that. He's been growing in rabbit manure for years too. Mm-hmm. And you always talk about worm castings, and I know there's another one of like bat guano that's been known, that's been widely used in the industry by a lot of people. But I'm just wondering, like, if those different type of manures being added to the soil is actually kind of shifting some kind of an expression from the plant, different biology. I mean, if we're harvesting a bat guano from across the world in some freaking cave, you're adding some kind of, it's roach frass, right, basically, but you're adding biology there that you wouldn't have any other place, you know what I'm saying? Or you're inoculating with bunny manure, which is known to increase essential oils and lavender production.
Different mechanisms.
Yeah, so I mean, like, it's doing something that wasn't there before. That's all I'm getting at.
Well, here's my response to that. The rabbit manure I could understand because the rabbit's an herbivore. So I could kind of hang with that. I wouldn't, but I could, kind of get it. But I couldn't even imagine the amount of rabbits it would take to do any size of even a personal garden, much less production. Now, when it comes to livestock manure, in particular bovine, you want to stick with dairy, not steer, because they make money for the producer, so they're taken better care of than the one that's being fattened up for the slaughterhouse. And then horse manure, if you live in an area, go where people have money, because they really go wacko on what they feed their horses. I mean, and there's a part of Portland where like some of the horse ranches are several $1 million. I mean, with training barns, and it's like, you're living in Kentucky or something, near the bluegrass area.
So you are what you eat is what you're basically.
And I guess that's where I come down is, the science is there that nothing on this planet is as good for your plants as vermicompost, period. So if the cow manure is good, imagine what it's like after it goes through that cycle, because besides bacteria, the big driver for worm castings is enzymes. And enzymes drive every metabolical function on this planet. That's why the barley is so effective, because it's bringing a whole range of enzymes like urease for deconstructing urea, phosphatase. What cannabis grower doesn't obsess about phosphorus, right? 2 forms of amylase, just like our humans, alpha amylase and beta amylase. There's protease for protein. There's, a whole bunch. The amount of enzymes in barley is off the chart. You can't even make American corn whiskey without barley, because it needs the enzymes from the barley to kick in the fermentation of the corn, which is also a grain. I know it sounds weird.
Can I ask you something though? Like, you always talk about the chitinase being in the barley.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, chitinase.
And one question I've always kind of had in the back of my head. So if I'm making up a barley, seed sprout tea or whatever, and it's got the chitinase in there, and I'm soil drenching that into my soil, that chitinase, doesn't that act upon the fungal bodies that are actually in the soil that are made of chitin, and that adding a shitload of that enzyme is going to kind of blast the cell walls of all the fungal that is there? That's kind of been in the back of my head about that, I guess. I'm not sure.
Well, actually, the fungi and bacteria both create the chitinase to deconstruct chitin, which it's found all over the plant kingdom. And plants, here's a topic that'll answer the question, and it's too long for me to do it in this format, but this will take care of it for you. Chitinase - salicylic acid pathway. In plants, like we call them immune systems, botanists refer to that function in plants as a pathway. And there are several pathways, just like in our bodies, we have different immune systems, right? So in the plant, that is one of the most powerful of all the pathways, is the chitinase salicylic acid pathway. And I would really strongly invite you to read a couple white papers on it, and it'll answer the questions a lot better than I can. I'm not trying to sidestep your question, but the chitinase is important also because chitinase attacks the eggshell of the insects, preventing the larva from maturing and then emerging and causing you problems. So that's a big reason to have. I used to use crab meal. All seashells are made out of calcium carbonate, every one of them. But the crustaceans, lobster, crab, shrimp, what's that one in the south? The red one. Looks like a lobster.
Crawfish.
Crawfish. Those all, because they grow their shells in layers, and those layers are held together by a layer of chitin that holds it. And so when I realized that I could get that chitinase from the barley, I quit buying expensive crab meal and went back to $9.50 limestone or something. See what I mean? It wasn't necessary. You could just put the barley in there. And have you ever used barley in your soil?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, okay. Well, you know how dramatic that is? The change within just a day or so after you apply it. So when I first did it, I didn't know there was such a thing as barley malt. I knew what malt meant, so I made my own. I stumbled on a website that was made for like real grassroots brewers, and it was how to make malted barley. So I did. And then, I don't know, about a year later, a friend of a friend said, "Why don't you just go buy that stuff at a brew store?" I said, "They got this stuff already made?" He goes, "Well, yeah. That was the last seed I ever sprouted. Screw this." And so I go to the brew store, and this was the first one in the whole United States, was right here in Portland. They've been in business for 102 years or something, right after World War One. But they have like 8 kinds of barley. They have wheats, red wheat, white wheat, rye, spelt. Any kind of grain you can think of, you can go buy it. And so you have instant, whereas doing it the way I was doing it, the SST thing, the sprouted seed tea, you had to plan 2 or 3 days ahead, you get the idea. So yeah, but you have the seeds right there. I got a mill because I make bread, so I grind my wheat. And so I can just run that through the mill, and I got a nice powder, and I can use it, and I can adjust the size of the mill, either like a flour or more chunks. Because I put it in my worm bins too. It really kicks in the worm. The reproduction rate goes up. And then the deconstruction of the material, which provides more food. And like any organism, you give them more food, they increase their colony, or the tribe, or whatever you want to call it, right? So there's a win-win. You're getting better worm castings, more worms, which means more worm castings, and they come out fortified. You're ready to mix your soil and then go find a new hobby. Take up bike riding, because you're not going to be dicking around with your plants. Doing really stupid shit like, you don't check the pH of your runoff? No. In fact, I've never owned or used a pH meter, but thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Ideally, you never get runoff, right?
Yeah.
Right.
See, that's the other thing. Okay, here's another reason for using vermicompost. In the worm digestive tract, the castings, as it's being formed, is covered with a slime that's made up of, guess what? Calcium carbonate. So that's why hardcore organic terrorists never whine about pH, because there's nothing to whine about. It's absolutely perfect. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is that once it goes through the worm's digestive tract, those ions of the elements that we want to see, whatever's your hot button, the bioavailability is immediate. Where when we put in things like manure into our soil, microbes have to deconstruct that before it's available to the plant's roots. And that's why sometimes when we over-fertilize, it's not that it's burning the plant, it's that the microbes have turned their attention because you threw them candy. You threw them this stuff so they don't have to focus on the plant. That's why in farming, you fertilize at certain times. You don't just go out there every day, go, well, here, let's do another magnesium tea, or whatever.
Cool. How often are you adding worm castings throughout your cycle?
Oh, I don't.
You just do it in the initial soil mix?
Yeah, it's 33% of my mix. It's at 33% of castings, 33% aeration. I like using pumice, but pick your poison, it doesn't matter. And then the other third is sphagnum peat moss. And here's the whole recipe. So third, a third. And then per cubic foot, now that's 120 cups is a cubic foot for this discussion. I add a cup of kelp. I add 2, I guess is the average, of basalt, 2 of barley, a half a cup of and a cup of some kind of calcium carbonate, limestone, oyster shell powder.
To the whole yard? What you're talking
No,
about?
a cubic foot.
Oh, per cubic foot. Gotcha.
Yeah. It's worked. I mean, there's,
Well, that's how I mixed mine too, Coot. Is I did the base mix, the third, like you're talking, and then I did mix in the rock dust and the oyster shell, and then I just added them to my pots, and then I amended the individual pots because I knew they were 2 cubic feet each pot, and then I just did the cups in each pot, so I knew that each pot would have a similar amount of amendment. I'm sure it wasn't exact because I did it.
It never is.
Yeah, but it would be closer than me trying to throw all those cups in the main yard. And my thought was, and then I'm relying on how quality of a hand mix I can do by pulling corners out of a tarp. You know what I'm saying? I figured I can hand mix it in each pot easier than I can doing it that way and get a more thorough mix through each pot. That was just my thought on it.
No, you're on the right track. There's something that you might want to factor in that will make you feel more comfortable, and that's how ions move around in the soil through electrical currents, positive and negative charges, and that's why I always have promoted. There's only 2 rock dusts that are paramagnetic, basalt and then granite, which is a subset of basalt. The other ones that are sold as rock dust, like the azimites and zeolites and bentonite, those are clays, and they're aluminosilicate compounds. But in a plant, the taproot is, in the soil, the taproot is the brain center of the plant. It dictates what exudes go out of the root system to call up. For example, roots use hydrogen as a form of exchange. So that's why, if you were to ask a chemist how to write calcium, the chemist would say capital C, lowercase a. That's calcium. If you were to ask a soil biologist how to write calcium, that person would say capital C, lowercase a, and then 2 plus signs. And those plus signs are exchange sites on the molecule, on the ion. And so it can take 2 hydrogen atoms and give the calcium to the plant. Does that make sense? So that's why, like checking your pH all day, those are snapshots, and they can vary, like what time of the day, how far after the lights went on. There's just a whole bunch of factors that go into it. But the ions will move around in the soil through microbial activity and action. So yes, you want to get a mix, but what I'm saying is you don't have to obsess about it in that regard. Does that make sense?
No, and I agree. I honestly, I have obsessed about it, Kuda, and to be honest and fair with everybody listening, like I still come back to the fact that it's the hydration of your soil. So how effectively your soil mix can exchange gas exchange with the water supplied for the plant. And the other thing that I found is the food source or the contents of what are in that soil is going to dictate more whether it's a bacterial dominated type thing versus a fungal dominated. So what you're mixing in as far as amendments can become important because certain things can drive more of a bacterial digestion to happen, and they can drive the growth and explosion of more pathogenic type things such as oomycetes and different things like that too. So, there's just a lot of factors that go into that biology. Like I even think to the extent of like, I've seen discussions on, KNF taking IMOs and the collections of, the idea behind it is that you're collecting a certain biology from an ecosystem. You're going to grow that biology out, and then you're going to add that into your soil mix. There's different processes to that they go through all that. But I've heard that guys that do that and then they add it to the soil and they're seeing actually an improvement of the current biology that's there, not necessarily a change or an inoculation of a different biology. Is that environment was the best for it, and what you added became a biostimulant for what was there versus an inoculation for what you didn't have there. So it still comes down to what is in your soil mix and how are you watering that and what your plant is calling for and propagating to really dictate what is actually happening in your soil, whether you're adding a compost tea, whether, I think certain compost and like you're saying, Coot, with the worm casting, yeah, you're definitely adding a lot of different humic substances too with that. So it's not just enzymes or biology. I mean, there's a whole dynamic to it a lot.
Right. And that's why I take fault with certain organizations that are monetizing bad science. It depends who you talk to. If you talk to the person that lives and breathes by their newt program, okay, so whatever that might be, some brand, it doesn't matter, that part. And they miss the picture that it's a balance of chemistry. It's a balance of botany. It's biology. The chemistry is a tiny, tiny, tiny component. If you look at a molecule, the formula for type 2, which is the one that dominates the plant world, type 2 chlorophyll, when you look it up in a reference, you'll see that this is what I love this one. Okay, so I know the first part of the molecule formula. Okay, one magnesium atom, one. Okay, 4 nitrogen.
Around it.
And the rest, about 50 carbon, about another 30, 40 hydrogen, and a shitload of oxygen. So I want somebody from the fertilizer industry to please explain to me what a magnesium hungry plant means, the definition. Does it have more than, does each molecule use 2 magnesium ions? I mean, is it
I'd still say though that it would make a difference if the plant's trying to make more chlorophyll.
Can you repeat that?
Each chlorophyll only has one magnesium molecule, but if the plant
the way it's built up, he said it's 4 nitrogen.
Oh, here, I'll look it up.
Carbon.
I can look it up. I've got a window open here. I mean, the first time I looked at it a few years ago, I started laughing. I couldn't believe it.
There's a high similarity between human hemoglobin, which is what makes red blood cells, and chlorophyll. The largest difference between the two is hemoglobin has iron in the middle,
right,
and chlorophyll has a magnesium in the middle.
That's right. And starting in the 50s, they used to sell some crap on TV to cure iron poor blood. Okay, but yeah, all right. So here's chlorophyll number 2, sometimes known as
iron to make chlorophyll, and we need magnesium to make the.
I was going to mention a lot of crustaceans, they also have that same thing, but they use copper instead of iron and magnesium.
So here's the chlorophyll. 55 carbon, this is one molecule, 55 chlorophyll ions, 70 hydrogen ions, 6 oxygen, 4 nitrogen, and 1 magnesium. 1. 1.
Wow.
So,
and I want to say it requires like 16 photons to sequester 1 carbon.
Yeah.
And you got 50 of the carbon skeletons in that one molecule that you're talking about right there.
Now what gas is, gas Kazakhstan is referring to is that if you were to look at a red blood cell, not only the formula, but the goddamn structure is so close it's science fiction. And the only difference is that instead of that magnesium atom, it has, as he accurately said, iron. Same for nitrogen. The same, almost exactly the same carbon, hydrogen, oxygen. And when you start looking at the complexity of what a plant does, they listen to all this jibber jabber from the fertilizer companies. They're just talking up your ass. I mean, they'll tell you anything to get some money out of you. I mean, the one I love is that we're going to wake up microbes because they're all sleepy and stuff. So if I don't give you $700 for a gallon of your swill, I got lazy ass microbes. Who comes up with this stuff? I mean, what, they go out on a 10-day drunk and come back and let's write the stupidest shit we can down and put it on a label. They'll buy it. And I'm afraid they're right.
Too. They'll line up to buy it, Coop.
Yeah,
but
line up to buy
magnesium hungry and so magnesium hungry or calcium deficient, right?
Oh,
or calcium
yeah.
Just hang on a second.
I'm really thinking that has more to do with oh, you taking off?
I gotta bow out. Just let me bow out real quick, guys. It's been fun. Thanks, Eagle. It's nice to see you, Coot. Appreciate you, Smiley, Johnny, Gus. It's been great. I don't know where Red Pill went, dude, but
I'm here.
awesome, man.
Take it easy, man.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Have a good one, guys.
Thank you, Cascade.
Thanks, Cascadian.
But like if say we put a plant under a more intense light, that's when most people are noticing these kind of conditions, right? They got the big new LED light, throw it under. That's what happened to me, whatever. But I think that you just change the environment, so you're changing the demand on what the plant is trying to produce too. So now it may show that magnesium or that calcium kind of thing is as a response to the change in the environment, and that's where you have to kind of supplement that to catch it up. It's like if the plant if you were used to walking 3 miles a day and then had to go run a marathon, is kind of how I relate to it in my head. Your body's going to demand a lot more from what your nutrition is and your water intake and all that if you're trying to run that marathon. You know what I mean?
I would just say this in the kindest way that I can. Be very, very, very afraid of anybody who has a solution in search of a problem. And what I would say is that the majority of people coming from the fertilizer side of things would have benefited from at least a semester. It's like a doctor doesn't take any classes on nutrition, right? So fertilizer salesmen don't have to have anything to know about botany or soil biology.
Don't care about nutrition.
Oh no, we don't want to mess with that stuff. No, here, just put this in your injector and or your true blue mats or whatever, whatever. And they'll all get taken care of. Look, plants are only healthy when we give them the materials necessary. They got this down. Seriously, they got this down. Mm-hmm. And the less you dick around with the chemistry in that soil, put your energy in the worm bin. If you want, let's say you want to use. Oh, God. Let's say you want to use. I
was just thinking.
Pick something. Let's take back. Go on.
Pumpkin.
Okay, put it in the worm bin.
Dude, you know what? I chopped the top off a pumpkin and put a handful of worms in there. And in a week and a half, I'm not even joking, it turned into compost, basically. It was fucking awesome. And then after what was it? A couple weeks, okay, the seeds the only thing left were seeds.
Yes.
And then it turned, after a couple weeks after that, they sprouted, and then I threw them in the field next to me, and now I'm pretty sure there's pumpkins growing in the field next to me, but.
Let's take this out of the cannabis realm because this is really important. When a seed sprouts, there's more energy in that seed than that the plant that comes out of that seed will ever have. Think about that. If you eat, say, for example, a few years ago, I was ecstatic when research was released that eating broccoli sprouts was far healthier than eating broccoli. I thought, oh my God, finally, I can eat broccoli without having to taste it, in the form of a sprout, okay? It's like alfalfa sprouts. Is there anything healthier than alfalfa sprouts? I mean,
And parts.
so when we use seeds, sprouted seeds, and that's all malting means. It means nothing else other than the seed was sprouted. Period.
Yeah.
When we add that to the soil, that energy gets transferred into the biology of that soil, and that's what makes it so effective. And we're talking about something that's about 80 cents a pound. No wonder the fertilizer people are aghast. They can't make money on it.
Yeah.
And I shoot my mouth. Yeah, just go to a home brew store and get it for, they sell it. Now that I know that, I was sprouting all kinds of seeds in the early days.
The most immediate results I see with the organics, and I'll always stay tried and true to it, is fucking corn sprout tea.
Yeah.
And
what you're dealing with there. Okay, so the botanical name for corn is Zea, Z-E-A, right?
Okay.
And in 1938, in sprouted corn, malted corn, whatever you want to call it, they discovered what later became, it was the first cytokinin ever discovered, by scientists. And so they named it in honor of the plant it came from. So that's you can find information on that cytokinin called zeatin, Z-E-A-T-I-N-E. So when you sprout corn like you're doing, the seed is releasing, and that's a powerful, powerful. People want to talk about PGRs. That's one of the big ones is zeatin.
That and triactinol.
Well, then that's where you get your alfalfa. See, only alfalfa can produce that compound. Just like in brown kelp, only brown kelp, not red, not green, but only brown.
Well, I've had similar results with the corn with the alfalfa.
Yes.
Very
but alginic
similar.
acid, only brown, the only plant on this universe that can create alginic acid is brown kelp.
And here's another thing: is stale beer. Stale beer.
Well, yeah, you'd have a lot of yeast activity, sure.
Boiled potato water.
Oh, sure.
Immediately, dude. It's crazy because the plant, it only uses the starch when it needs it. Well, the plant must be hungry because every time I give it potato water, you got potassium in there too, but I mean, the starches from it, there's more starches and carbohydrates in there, I'd imagine, than there is potassium after. I don't know. I really don't know, but I see.
I don't either,
results.
and I don't study it. I know I know is that if I take good manure or quality compost, especially, and I run it through a worm bin, then whatever's there is there, and if somebody has a better lab report or something, hey, bless you and have a good life. I'm not paying anybody to look at my worm castings. I look at the plants. And I don't grow that much. I mean, I just grow for myself. I'm more concerned about how my tomatoes are going to look this year. And I don't care too much about the turnips. God, why would anybody plant that? But you know what I'm saying? It's just gardening. I don't.
What is the benefit of alginic acid if seaweedy kelp is the only plant in the universe that makes it?
Well, the big one for you fellows that, men and women that grow outdoors, is that alginic acid can hold up to 300 times its own weight in water. So as a agent that assists, not cure, but can assist in maintaining a more stable hydration level in your soil would be a big player. But not only that, think about this. Kelp grows, the brown kelp, the North Atlantic, grows. Let me do. I got to convert. Let's see. Two, three. Yeah, it can grow 300 meters a year. 100 feet. Excuse me, 100 meters. I apologize. I got it backwards. 100 meters a year, that's 300 feet without a root system. It's sitting in salt water. All life, we know that. I don't want to step on anybody's religious beliefs, trust me. But life came out of the ocean. So it sits there in the water and it soaks up, except does not soak up sodium, but it soaks up all the elements that a plant needs because it is a plant, right? Meaning that those elements have to be chelated inside of the plant. So that when we harvest it, we're taking this plant that's nothing but not just all 83 elements in the right balance, not what the fertilizer person wants to tell you, but exactly what a plant needs. And not only that, about 350 to 400 secondary metabolites, alginic acid, mannitol, fucoidan. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. It's for animals. You want stronger horse? You add kelp to their diet. I give my dog a teaspoon in the morning with their breakfast and their evening meal. The dog is an example of a perfect dog. The coat, a breed that is suspect to a lot of problems. Bulldogs in general, suffer from hip problems and other things. I also give her turmeric, another plant. But the benefits from kelp are so. Here's a good place to go look for information. This is a place in Ireland, so that's why the URL is the way it is. Just put in seaweed.ie, which is Ireland. That's Dr. Michael Geary. It's probably one of the most important portals on the entire web when it comes to marine, as they're called, marine algae. And there's 3 classes: red, green, and brown. And the brown's the one we want to see in our soil mixes and our worm bins. Because
that's really good to know. It's great to know.
That website, you could spend 6 months there reading through. And this is academic stuff. This isn't stoner horseshit. I mean, this is science.
Yeah, it's pretty packed full of. It's got a lot of stuff here.
Okay, look, hit the nutrition. Okay, when you hit that website on the left-hand side,
got it.
There's a menu. Hit nutrition.
I am there.
When you do, you'll see columns, and there's 3 on the left which are brown kelp, then the green, and I think red's on the right. But if you start looking at some of those compounds I mentioned, you'll see that brown has a lot, none in green and none in red. Alginic acid, mannitol, fucoidan. I'm sorry, it's late.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's a big difference here.
Yes.
But there are some positive things from the red that you can see here that you could be used. But
here's your problem finding red. Red contains a compound that is a natural thickening agent, carrageenan or something like that. So the demand for that on a commercial level, if you do find red, you're going to pay through the yin yang. And see, with brown kelp, they could care less about us because the main focus is animal feed, livestock.
They can't do nothing about it.
Biomedical stuff. And also, and I'm not a brewer, but there's some stage in making beer that they strain the liquid through the kelp to give it clarity. Because it's cloudy naturally. It's not all, but you get the idea. And anyway, so they strain it through the kelp, and then of course they ship it to Japan to make the different varieties, like for sushi, kombu, the big knotted one for like miso soup, and anyway.
Yeah. That stuff's delicious.
Oh, absolutely, and healthy.
Go figure.
Yeah, but you got to be careful. The cannabis people tell me that it's got arsenic and heavy metals.
Oh, I don't listen to those fucking wizards.
I don't either.
You know,
I'm just more rude about it than you probably are.
Hey,
I've
what's
been
up,
for so
Cooch?
long, I just can't. I can't handle it. You know?
How?
Hello, Cooch,
Trying
Red
to,
Pill,
be
Smiley,
as real
Johnny,
as it is.
Eagle, and Gus
Did,
Close.
did anyone see me show my puppy a minute ago?
Yes, we did. Beautiful dog.
Yeah.
What kind of
It's
dog
almost
you got?
420. That's
He's
why I'm up here.
mostly
Right
pit
on.
bull. He might have a little bit of boxer in him, but mostly pit bull.
I love
Mine's
boxers,
mostly
man. I grew up
knucklehead,
with a
but
bunch of boxers.
That's how I should have said it. I should have just said a stubborn asshole.
yeah.
I'm lucky he's a routine dog, because I thought really if I was to get a certain proximity with him, I would wake him up and get him all excited. But he's such a routine dog. He loves sleeping at this period of time. So thank God.
Yeah, my new adventure is drones. So I got one pissed me off too. Not pissed me off, but it's like buying a computer. So I got it the first of the year, and it does 42 miles an hour. So the company released an update, the new version,
60.
and the new one will do 48 miles an hour. So I'm like, God damn it! So anyway,
What
Is
do you
that a
need to go
racing-
fast? Yeah.
Is that a racing drone?
no, no, it's just a commercial DJI. It's Mavic Air. Yeah, it's for guys like me that.
Are you
I
going
mean,
to put light
I've
on?
done the racing, but I mean the real hardcore racing where you put a shitty camera in it because there's about a 40% you're going to crash it, and like the world record's 160 miles an hour at before the pandemic. They used to have the big show in Vegas every year, outside of Vegas, not downtown Vegas, but yeah, these drones, man, doing 150, 160 miles an hour, pretty cool.
How quick do they accelerate to that? Cool. Is that
Immediate? I mean,
Cheers,
yeah,
420.
that's cool.
Cheers.
Cheers, yeah.
yeah, it's now the ones where you wear the helmet, you got the glass thing, the PV something, I can't remember the PVG or something, PV, whatever it is. That's a rich guy's hobby. I mean, shit, the new one from DJI is like 1,600. I mean, I was willing to spend, $750, but I ain't spending 1,600. On a goddamn drone.
Yeah, they got some pretty fucking fancy shit out there. I mean, if you're gonna make it a pretty good hobby, I'd start out small, right? You always start out small.
Never underestimate the buying power of a bored male in this society. I don't care if it's what it is. Building keyboards, mechanical keyboards. These guys spend $1,000 on a goddamn keyboard. What, to type an email?
Right.
But you get the idea. I mean, guys will just, it's something, a boat, a car, they'll, whatever.
Dude, they pay $1,000 for sneakers.
I'll tell you what, they ain't got a device that'll make my farts smell like fucking candy yet. So
I got the OG farts.
Yeah, they got filtered shorts, bro. You never heard of that shit?
Yeah, the charcoal.
Yeah, charcoal filter.
Well, somebody mentioned mushrooms, like the inexpensive drones, like the really inexpensive drones, like the 200 stuff you get for a birthday party, make you watch your kids and stuff. Those are great for foraging mushrooms.
Dude, yeah, that's what I was, dude. God damn it. I love it, Coot. I love it. I was
FPV. Thank you, Jess and Bean put it on chat. Yeah, they're called FPV or FPV, where you wear the.
Okay.
Your
point of view.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Point of view.
Flight point of view. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
That's sweet.
I didn't even.
Like I said, I'm not spending $1,600 to get a helmet so I look like Darth Vader, in a drone so I can do, whatever. But
insurance agencies pay
whatever blows your hair back, right? I mean, have fun with it.
Back in the day, that's what we did.
Have you thought about putting LiDAR on it?
Search for cannabis.
I got that on my iPad.
Gorilla Grows.
It has LiDAR camera, and on the new Apple iPhone 12 Max or whatever it's called, the big one, the most expensive, it has a LiDAR lens with the regular regular cell phone lenses.
Does it do all the calculations and everything for you?
Yeah, you can do some pretty cool stuff. Like let's say, okay, the new iPad that's going to be released this month. You ready for this? It's got an M1 chip in it with 16 gigs of RAM in a tablet. Okay. With a Thunderbolt port, so you can hook it up to a real Thunderbolt hub. That's more power than a lot of PC desktops.
Wow.
And so, a lot of those calculated stuff on AI and AR are going to be so far advanced with that level of power. And like I said, a tablet. My God, Oh, and the top one, the big one, the most expensive model, the 13-incher. The screen is a mini LED. Can you imagine that?
Man.
For each dot is its own diode, like the television, like the OLED type, or QLED. Yeah, bring cash. It's Apple.
Yeah, pretty soon we're gonna have butt plugs that are witches' brooms.
Dude, I do got a question I did want to get back to on soil.
Sure.
If you guys don't mind changing.
Absolutely.
You mentioned basalt and you mentioned the importance of it being paramagnetic. And I'm just curious, what does paramagnetic mean?
Okay. Paramagnetic means that it carries a charge. Let me give an example of what it is, and then I can bring it back to what it is. Okay, so clay is a platelet. Think of a racetrack oval. But you grabbed it and you pinched the end so it's pointed on each end. You get the idea. That's what it's shaped like. And it should carry a negative charge through a number of reasons. Agricultural practices, excess water like in the Northwest, you never, we'll get to that in a second. So you could go out there and rototill it every 30 minutes for the next 2 months. And you're not going to break that clay up because it's being held together by, I didn't finish. So it carries a negative charge, but through bad practices, around the edge, it can pick up and start being a positive charge. So like when you were a kid, remember, 2 positives won't adhere, but a positive and negative do. So that's what clay is. It's the clay platelets that it wouldn't be chemistry, but
it's like a holder. It's a binder kind of guy, right?
Like, so when we add humus products, I mean, and I don't mean you have to use humic acid, but say compost. The real benefit there, besides a number of benefits, so one of the big ones is that it removes that charge so that now the platelets move apart. Why is that important? Because that allows air pathways and water pathways to the root system.
And communications, between that.
And so that what happens when we add a paramagnetic material like basalt, it carries electrical charge too. So it works because at the very core, you know what a true soil biologist, if you ask them what is soil, their answer would be rotted animal and plant material and shattered rock. Well, how'd the rock get shattered? Then you'd have to look into the organism called lichen. And over millions and billions of years, lichen shattered enough rock that soil was formed. So now back to your question. So that's what the basalt or granite can do in our soils is stabilize that electrical exchange, because the whole thing is done by a plant doesn't just soak up the calcium, it sends out a signal and it exchanges it to hydrogen atoms. Where does it get hydrogen? From the atmosphere, right?
I've said that too.
Now here's a website that this is a not-for-profit. This is a I think I might get my numbers wrong. A 5013C, a not-for-profit organization, and it's all about rock dust. It's remineralize the earth, and it has an archive of white papers going back a half a century.
Oh, wow.
And the improvements made in third world countries to increase the nutrient profile and the food density. You know, it's like kale's more healthy than iceberg lettuce, that kind of thing. And so, in the foods that they're used to eating, it's important that we help them achieve a higher, more vitamins, whatever term you want to use. Okay. More magnesium, potassium, whatever in the actual plant that it accumulates. See, and that's where I think the cannabis industry, listening to the guys with their rubber nose and the little top hat, call themselves consultants, they're trying to get you away from understanding the thing, and want you to focus on something that's tangible so they can say, well, you need more calcium, you need more, you need this, and if you don't, man, you're running the risk of not having dank. You'll be dankless, which is, I guess, worse than dickless or something. What part of the world do you live in? I'll find you a good worm source.
I'm in Michigan. I have a great worm source. That's
perfect. Blocks. And you're dancing, yeah.
Hey, that goes back to
I'm in Vegas.
I'm asking questions for just like a discussion, but I've heard that paramagnetic means that it responds to a magnetic force.
Well, it is a magnetic force.
So it would need clay. So would it need clay in there?
Clay is in everything. I mean, that's our soil. In some places have more clay. But when they say that, for example, okay, here's a good reason not to use overdose of magnesium. When you were a little boy, or anybody was a child, and you got the flu or something like that,
milk
where you had diarrhea, your mom would give you milk of magnesia, right?
Yeah.
Because it would tighten up everything so that you weren't having diarrhea. Well, it does the same thing in the soil. It restricts the flow of water and air in the soil because it tightens up that flora network. And it's like the worst thing you could possibly do is high dose of magnesium.
And then people are trying to do dry back too.
Much of that, you'll probably get little seeds.
Yeah.
It's a drilling term too. It's known as clay aging, and they use that type of thing. They'll add certain chemicals like magnesium to bind that clay particle together, so the drill can pull it up and out of the hole easier too. So there's certain things that these are known things for sure. Calcium will wash that away, and magnesium will bind it together, and potassium will do something different.
Like I said before, I think most people would benefit if they just stay away from their plants.
Well, and it does raise a good point, though, Coot. What you're talking about here with magnesium is the fact that you've always been on this, like, well, what's a magnesium-hungry plant? Because I've heard that recommendation thrown around so many times about
you know why?
Epsom salt, and it's like, oh my fucking god, dude, the Epsom salt's gonna kill so much shit in your soil. Just
my dogs are barking. Honey, get the Epsom salt.
I'm glad you brought up, Epsom salts, because that's really at the core of my argument. So Epsom salts, which isn't salt, that's a British term. Let's use what a chemist would call it. Magnesium sulfate. Now, both of those are water soluble. So what a neat deal, man. You can put it in water and stir it around, and you got a tea. If I never heard that word again, I'll be okay. Tea. Everything has to be a tea. It can't just be, I put some shit in water and poured it, but whatever. Most soils are almost always, especially potting soils, commercial potting soils, are almost always deficient in sulfur. And the creation of terpenoids and terpenes, secondary metabolites, on this whole planet, not just plants, us, it requires sulfur. And for an
Amino
example, how
acids.
many times have you talked to people who grow in core or seen it online? And they'll say, you know, I just can't get the aroma or the taste that I feel that I should, right? That's a pretty common. Well, here's the reason. Core contains 0 sulfur, 0. But if you add a little bit of gypsum, which is calcium sulfate, there's your cure. It doesn't require magic bottles and, you know, gypsies and genies. You know, it's,
Gypsies and genies.
you know, it just puts some gypsum that you can buy at Home Depot for the last time I checked. I think it was like $5 for 25 pounds.
Here's a
Um,
correlation. If you've ever been to Yellowstone and you've smelled those bubbling geysers, straight up rotten eggs. That's sulfur.
There you
You
go.
ever smell anyone's bad BO?
Yeah,
Straight up sulfur.
right.
Yeah,
Why?
but
Is
you
because
don't want to. You don't want to smoke sulfur though, so that's
no,
not
no,
a
no, no,
additive.
no. But I'm just
I
saying
just want to say
sulfur.
that sulfur is essential in making amino acids and proteins as well.
Yes,
So
yep. That's
it's
why it
essential
ends
for
up.
the plant growth.
Well, here's where the anti-sulfur thing started. In the 80s, there were 5 grow stores, 2 in Seattle and 3 in Portland. One of those was owned by George Cervantes. I used to go to it. And it was common for grow stores, because there weren't that many, and people, they would rent you a sulfur burner. And then you would buy sulfur oxide. It's S oxygen, 1 ion of sulfur and 4 ions of oxygen. Okay, and you would put it in the burner in a room, tent, whatever. And they didn't have tents, so a room, and you would burn the sulfur. And now you've gone from sulfur oxide to sulfur dioxide. That's the acid rain stuff. Okay, and it was a dead giveaway. Like, why does your house smell like rotten eggs? You know, so it was kind of a risk. But anyway, so it was a fungicide because here in the Northwest we have a lot of powdery mildew. But regardless, so that started the whole idea that, well, sulfur is a fungicide. I can't use that.
There's
Well, yeah,
still
don't
people
burn
that do
it.
that, dude.
Don't burn it. I mean, Jesus Christ. Uh,
Yeah. There's still people that fucking do that are
oh, I
underground.
know.
You
I
ever,
know.
you ever accidentally eat grapes that weren't washed and it tastes straight up like a firecracker?
Yeah.
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 Like I said, sometimes these fertilizer guys have a solution in search of a problem. You know, it's just insane.
I
Yeah,
think
you
it's
know.
people searching for a problem, not understanding. But you're dead right about the sulfur, man. That there was the argument I heard actually about micronized sulfur, the spray and the use of that foliarly, and a
Yeah.
lot of guys were using that to treat for russet mites, and there is the argument that it was actually more, assisting like a foliar feed in plant health because of the lack of sulfur, and it was actually creating a healthier plant to be able to, fight
You
off.
didn't. I guess you haven't heard the latest from
River
my
secondary.
nemesis, Scotty Granola, the famous cannabis consultant, who said that neem is more dangerous than Roundup. His latest one this past week is that a compost tea will take care of russet mites. So see, there you go. All you need is a $600 tea brewer, and you can become the Mr. I'll get rid of your russet mites and come over and spray your plants, you know. See, some things, you know, if you just go to a cannabis consultant, the answers are real simple.
Well,
It's
that's what I was
important
getting at.
sometimes in life when you have a simple question, you want to go ask a simpleton. So that's how we got the cure of compost teas to kill spider mites. How compost tea would kill an insect is beyond my feeble mind, but maybe I should take his course. Or all right, now I know I can sign up for his Patreon account.
There you go. Got to sell those T-shirts.
Just sell me $2 a month. That's all I'm asking. Just give me $2 a month. Okay, sure.
What you're doing contributes to the channel and what we're doing.
I'd be embarrassed to ask somebody to send me $2 a month, because my response to that kind of shit is, why don't you just go get a job? You know, put on your big boy pants. You know,
Do you believe the idea that plant health, the idea of the plant health pyramid, where if you improve the functionality of the plant in a whole system, where it can improve its defense systems in
of
order
course,
to fight off the mites
of
itself?
course,
So then what would be
absolutely,
so
unequivocally.
far-fetched about that idea then?
I still maintain that genotype is far more important than phenotype. If you don't give the plant what a plant needs, how could it possibly maximize its genetic potential? It
So
can't.
why is it so far-fetched to think that spraying a compost tea or giving the plant what it needs would actually be a correction for that? If you do believe that improving plant health would
Well, I don't.
give its immune system the way to fight that
See,
off.
I don't believe that at all. I
thought you just said
I
you
think
did.
that compost teas are the biggest canard on this planet in the cannabis scene. Because answer this for me, just, and I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I mean, let's use logic. Let's say the biggest issue facing the human race is food, production, food distribution, right? I'm not talking about, most of the world is out trying to get enough wood to boil some water to make a meal. That's what they're up against, not do I have the right strain. But
Yeah.
if these compost teas were that good, why aren't they sitting at the UN signing billion-dollar contracts to increase food production in every country around the world? Why is it? Why is it just compost teas are just for cannabis growers?
There's a lot more than that goes into that question, Coot. That's kind of an unfair question right there. Because there's a lot more politics and money that goes involved into that than some.
I'm just glad that tonight Coot's getting the wrath of Smiley, not me.
That's like saying why don't they all use barley then? That's like the same argument. Well, if barley works so good, why ain't the whole world using fucking malted barley then? It's the same argument. That's all I'm making the point.
Yo, can you guys hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah. Cannabis is the greatest substance on the planet, yet there's still some people that think it's the fucking devil's weed, dude. So yeah, you can't go by logic with a lot of shit. People, they just don't know. They don't know better. It's part of it, and it's the big ag money that's stopping the rest of it, you know? That's my take.
Well,
I don't think I made myself. Let me try it another way. In countries where starvation is ongoing and the rate of death, I mean, it wasn't that long ago, 120 years ago in this country, if you had 8 children, you were lucky if 3 made it to adulthood. We're not that far removed, and I agree. You won't find anybody more against big ag than me. Monsanto, Bayer, science, all of it. I'm right there with you. But I mean, why aren't these people in India that has huge, massive hunger? If this actually worked.
Well, they are in India and they are in other countries and they are working a movement, but it's more than that. It's more than if it just works. It's if they can make money on if it works. That's the difference. It's
power
control
and greed and ego.
Money. Crazy.
Ego, society, power, and greed. What the governments are made of, man. You know what these worlds are made of.
Let me try it one more way. So I've been around this compost tea for almost 20 years. I do a lot of research through universities, research centers, what have you. Where is the evidence this works?
I mean, okay.
I know the anecdotal stuff. Well, I got a much better crop on my cannabis last year because I did teas. Okay.
Well, one day,
that's that's fine, but I mean, you can look at studies like out of Baylor University, 7 years of applying compost teas and couldn't find a single reason to continue.
are
But
you? You're
where's the
not talking
evidence that
about like
malted
worm
barley
tea,
works?
right?
It's the same argument there, Coot. Where's the evidence for that too? I'm just saying, like, the compost tea thing is a whole dynamic. You can say compost tea and it means 100 different things.
Right.
Right.
And
That's what I was just thinking.
a
And
lot
therein
of
lies the
what
problem because the problem starts with is there's no regulatory or statutory definition of compost or worm castings. None.
right.
So if I make a compost tea with my worm casting, let's say it does these magical things, okay, fine.
Oh
That
yeah.
doesn't mean you're going to get those results in Michigan unless
Well,
you're
fresh
doing the
out the
same,
box.
going through the same processes to get something of that same caliber. That's my
That's been
okay.
something
So
that's
I'll say
known
this.
though. That's what they've known about it. That's why there's a lot of people talking about not brewing teas. That's
Oh,
why
I heard that one. That one cracked me up because one of my objections 18 years ago is that why do you have to bubble it? I remember my grandfather 65 years ago taking the manure that got stacked out behind his barn for a year or two and he'd throw it in a bucket of water and stir it around and pour it on the plants. Now it's like a new invention. We're doing extracts. You
When
got
I
to
was
even, I mean, I don't know.
when I took a cutting of my tobacco plant, all right. I simply I dipped the root. The cutting was basically a part of the stalk, okay, where a main leaf was faced off. So I cut off like a little node, you know what I'm saying? And I dipped it in some aloe and some freaking biochar that's charged with some that has some kelp in there too.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also yeah, I did that. And I just dunked it. I kept it in a little thing, a root plug for a little bit, and I was like, I didn't like it, so I put it in a jar of water, and I just pull it out every once in a while, dunk it here and there, dunk it here and there, and then a couple days later, I grew roots on it, and I was like, you know what? The hell with all the fucking mojo jojo out there. It's really easy. The plants want to grow, you know.
Smiley, I just thought of something. This will answer your question. Because it was a good question, and you deserve a fair answer. So here's how I figured out barley, or postulated it would work. In baking, I'm talking about French baking. You have 4 ingredients: water, salt, some kind of yeast, natural or whatever, and flour, right? That's it. They're also allowed to use what they call diastatic malt. And I never knew what that meant. I just knew that in the baking sector, you bought from a bakery supply something called malt, or sometimes diastatic malt, right? Had no idea what it was, just, And then one day I'm hiking up in the mountains here, and I had my phone with me, and I took a break. So I thought, I wonder what diastatic means. So I looked it up on my, dictionary thing. And what it said is that diastatic means that the enzymes are still alive. They haven't been neutralized, which is what happens when we take barley and make barley syrup. It's a wonderful sweetener, right? Then macrobiotics use it to sweeten food, but it has no enzyme action to speak of because the heat neutralized or deconstructed the enzymes. So then I started thinking, well, yeast is a single-celled fungi. So those holes in bread, because fungi is more closer to humans and animals than they are plants. They take in air, they use oxygen and expel CO2. So those holes in breads are from the yeast, single-celled fungi, exhaling, and that the more active the yeast is, the more holes you get. So you've seen like focaccia bread or ciabatta has a lot of holes, right? Wonder Bread does not so much holes. So I thought, well, if this diastatic malt stuff is increasing the yeast activity, why wouldn't it increase the fungal and yeast populations in the soil? And that was the basis then of testing it out. It wasn't even a theory, it was just a what if. So that's established science. That goes back centuries. Maybe they didn't understand it, but barley increased the size of the loaves and made it more palatable. It wasn't hard and dense like a rock. Does that make sense?
Yeah, going back to something you said a while back is how you think people reduced a lot of shit down to chemistry, but that's one thing where I think I took a lot of knowledge from is culinary, and the same thing can be applied to whatever the marketing ploy or whatever K&F, but there's something between bakery, culinary, actual organic chemistry, and K&F that made me think this is all basically the same thing. This is just some formula. You mix one thing to another, you get a chemical reaction, and you get, X result from doing it. So,
I think maybe I should clarify. When I say chemistry, it's this. I mean, do you need really potassium oxide or hydroxide in the soil? See, I mean, there's a difference between adding potassium hydroxide than there is, say, the potassium that's in, the kelp or other plant material. See what I mean? Because that's not as sexy as being able to just put a teaspoon. That's all you need, and stir it around. That's what I mean by chemistry.
To me, though, I think it is more sexy to concoct, like almost on an alchemy level.
Exactly.
To take different things that active ingredient is there. We're not doing solutions and extractions and purifications, crystallizations and anything, but we're mixing, we're making, I don't know, in like a witch's cauldron, a little concoction of something that's got all those hormones or whatever is there that we're looking for.
Right.
So that's what I kind of like. I'm someone that I like the science. Maybe that's a bad word to apply it to. I don't know, because sometimes I get labeled as something that would be more of a science denier, depending on what we're talking about. But I guess I have selective favoritism towards the things I like about chemistry, and I do like that. I really, and I'm saying I took that from like bakery and barbecue channels. I would watch like how to make apple strudels or how to make huli chicken, right? And I'm like, man, these people are like making this proprietary blend of single different amounts of we would call nutrients, but they're calling ingredients. Right. And these ingredients add up to a recipe the same way this nutrients adds to, say, a soil recipe or a feed chart. So I was able to apply a lot of that. Same thing, methodology. But chances are, if you're someone that really understands why certain recipes have certain ingredients and certain amounts of those ingredients, you can get your head around mixing soil and figuring out why the plants are calling for this amount of nutrients or this type of nutrients and that amount of nutrients.
I was on a show with Tad Hussey a few weeks ago, and somebody on the panel or whatever asked him about compost teas. Now, his father was in at the very beginning, even long before the book was published, and what have you. So somebody asked him about, teas, and he kind of vacillated. I was fascinated. Because I don't even talk about it with, just whatever. You want to use them, do them, fine. I do believe this, that if a person makes their own materials, like, or in Smiley's garden, where you live in an area where there's a lot of organic farmers, more so than, say, Iowa or, Missouri or something, where you're going to get something good. And you use that in your soil, that's where I'm saying that I'm not so sure that you're going to get all that much from whether you do call it an extract or a tea, whatever you want to call it. Now, if you're bought a bag of some commercial soil that I don't think I'm going out too far on a limb, it's very unlikely it's going to be anything of quality. Yeah, you'll probably see some results from a tea. See what I mean? I just never saw it. And I tried, I dicked
no
around
doubt.
with
There's
it.
guys that there's guys that would add like humic acids. There's guys that would add, fish emulsion, different food sources that for
Right.
sure when they add that to the soil, you're going to get a pop from the stuff you added in there, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, like, as far as like actual nutrient cycling and whatnot, there's some thought process and evolution to the mindset that changed, but Elaine's really never did. She was always talking about having a quality input of compost, which they quantify in I believe they got trademarked now, which is like a biologically complete soil or whatever, but they have a certain methodology that they follow to quantify that. So, you know what I mean? So it does set it apart into a different thing, Coot. And in a lot of ways, it's the same debate that you make for worm castings. And you're saying how your worm castings are done a certain way and they come out a certain way that's different than this other guy's way. So, you kind of make the same arguments both that they do too. That's what I'm getting at.
I have 10 years of research at Cornell University that I can reference with people like Dr. Clive Edwards that had spent 65 years studying composting worms. His book, Vermiculture Technology, is used in upper division classes at academic institutions around the world. See, and what I'm trying to explain is that in case after case after case, we can look at research on vermicompost internationally, nationally, and there's this huge body of work. When I use the same science search engines and go try to find something for compost tea, it just isn't there. It just isn't there. And I'm trying to be fair because I do research on stuff all the time for soil. That's what I did for the last 20 years. There used to be a search engine called Skyrus. I don't know what it stood for, but I know it was an acronym, SCIRUS. So something Science Research US maybe. Anyway, so it was a search engine that there were no blogs, there was no advertising screens. It was strictly peer-reviewed, double-blind studies. That's all. And for example, Science Direct.
Ooh, time out here a minute. I have the same thing that I looked up the agricultural use of malted barley and I kind of ran across that same thing. There wasn't really any evidence for it at all.
Probably not.
So I'm just saying, like, it's the same argument. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't know. I mean,
no, but the thing with compost tea,
it doesn't cost you $600
to use malted barley. They're not going to tell you something that's.
It doesn't cost me $600 to get a 5-gallon bucket either in a nylon.
Yeah, but listen, dudes,
ladies nylon. That's
Smiley. I never understood this compost tea. You want to aerate it? If you just mix it up in a 5-gallon bucket, pour it.
No,
listen to me. Pour it in the soil. There's plenty of air, or there should be plenty of air in your soil. I don't understand why you want to spend a whole bunch of time mixing up. I mean, bubbling it. I never got a bubbler ever in my life because of that.
I'm not trying to defend bubbling it though, Kyle. I'm not at all.
Smiley,
I'm
I
still
do want
dependent
your
on
side of the
input that
argument.
you
Wait a
It's
minute.
for really
Let's go
poor
back. Let's go
soils.
back to the original
It's-
compost
I think
tea.
it's for really poor soils that need a high population,
That
a
makes
really
sense.
high population of some microbial, you know, shit. Because like, dude, sometimes you get, you know, let's say I'm a pro mix dude and I want to go organic, you know, and I'm using this pro mix in advance and I'm like, fuck, you know, I'm just gonna flush it out and then try to bring it back to life. I think something like doing a compost tea, that's where something like that can come and help. I mean, there's no telling if there's any fix in that, but I'm just saying that's, you know,
I'm just
something
saying the people
for
that
that
are actually
soil.
looking under a microscope have looked at several compost teas and gone away from that as a practice because of the variabilities that can happen in temperature, water temperature, how much air is there, how much dissolved oxygen that water holds, how much biology bloomed, what food source you add. There's just so many variables.
Well, I don't think then you and
But what
I don't
they've
think you
come
and Coot
down
are in the
to,
league.
but what they've come down to is that they can control those variables better in a composting process, and that they can actually quantify that biology in the compost,
Right,
and then extract that
Yeah,
into
man, I
a
don't think you
water
guys
source
are disagreeing
through a
at all.
gentle extraction without air. They just do a gentle extraction to get the biology into the water source, along with the humic acids and the minerals that are available. And then they water that to the plant, and it is a direct inoculation, and it is a benefit. I've seen it myself. So it's, I don't know. I mean, it's the same argument though that you make Cuda versus a bag worm castings or something that's made fresh. The whole difference there is the fresh biology that's going on. The minute they close that in a bag, it shifts that environment, and that biology starts to shift. That's why there's a benefit to having it fresh. That's why you preach having your own worm casting. I'm just trying to make the point that you make the same points they do, and it's not really a different camp or a different
well,
argument.
let me part company with you a little bit on that. I have watched that industry go from nothing to the most silliest claims possible. Now we have one of her students spent $10,000 to be a certified something, and now he's a consultant, even though he's never grown a plant in his life. He's on going around the internet saying that compost teas will kill russet mites. Does anybody believe that? I mean, those are just some of the things that.
Let me ask you this though, Coot. Do you think that an improvement in plant health would give the plant defense?
Oh, I don't know. That's one when that whole thing started several years ago. The russet and what's the other one? Broad mites, I think.
Yeah.
And all I know is that anybody that I knew in Oregon was having nothing but problems. So I never took cuts. I never got involved in. I don't want anybody's plant. I don't care if it's the dankiest plant on the earth.
But you didn't answer my question. Do you think a very, very healthy plant is able to defend itself against sap-sucking insects like russet mites or spider mites?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It does in many other cases, but also I know this, that down in California, you know, like in Michigan, one of your universities there would have the School of Agriculture. Okay, in California, it's UC Davis. And they have a portal there just for IPM. And when I go to that portal and look up, you know, resolving problems on pesticides or not pesticides, but herbivore, insects, and what have you, you know what I get? Something completely different than anything I hear at a Canacon. I love that name. Canacon or one of these weed shows. That's what I can tell you. And if I had russet mites or broad mites, the last thing I would be listening to would be Scotty
These damn
Granola.
weed shows.
Huh?
These damn weed shows.
Oh, they're horrible.
I know.
I mean, they're just ridiculous.
Yeah. Dude, there's this one called fucking Talking Shit with Eagles.
Man.
It's crazy, man.
Hey, tonight I'm glad, like I said before, I'm glad I'm not getting Smiley's wrath because I bring up a lot of kooky ass shit, and Smiley's like, what the fuck are you talking about, man? I'm questioning
Well,
everything.
you know, here's the difference. Here, in my mind, here's the difference. I didn't try to sell anybody anything. I would go online and post, hey, you know, here's something I did. And then all of a sudden I got people starting companies, you know, selling it. Okay, so have fun with it. I didn't do it to monetize it. That's
Hey, man.
that's where I come in. I didn't try to create a business. I didn't write a book, you know, with a bunch of bullshit.
And that's where coming down to it, man, a lot of people would probably rather smoke a joint with you over someone who's looking for pocket change, you know, any day. You know
I
what I'm
know one
saying?
thing. I don't want to
And
sit
that's
down and
what
smoke with Lane
People
Ingham.
literally like they like I don't know what the word is, but they tell me like, why don't you follow through with all your ideas? If you got this idea, why don't you do it?
Yeah, right,
I'm
pal.
thinking of it like,
Get a
what do you
lab.
mean? Like I'm missing out on money? Like I'm not capitalizing on a good idea? Because it's not that. It's just literally me. I'm telling you. I just told you.
the human race is fucking failing. Like we shouldn't be worried about people shouldn't be worried about gardening techniques for money. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. It's horseshit. All of it's horseshit. Any motherfucker that has some goddamn bullshit they're trying to sell like a sneaky little gypsy fuck. You know what, man? Fuck
gypsy fuck.
Fuck you. Fuck you. You know why? Because our humanity is failing because of motherfuckers like that and that
Yeah,
ass.
my mom's a
I will
man.
I will for the rest of my life. Any good idea, I'm gonna just tell you guys the second I have it. Because anyone else holding on to that is just a dick.
Blunt paste, and iPhone, the iPhone. Dude, I came up with blunt paste. It's fucking.
Spit.
And dude, I swear, no, listen, dude, I swear to God, dude. Anyway,
hey, I gotta ask this for Run Boy. Jim, he really wants to hear your thoughts on Bokashi, and I know, yeah. Anyway, proceed. That's why I didn't ask you about biochar either.
Oh, biochar is real easy. That one's a bit more of a problem for me because I can make the argument on both sides, and that's always you just avoid it. It's like you don't argue with your wife. I've been married 42 years. There's some things I don't argue about, and this would be one. Is that I don't want to argue or even discuss biochar because, like I said, I can give you evidence on both sides of the coin. So, Bokashi.
You like your cocaine soft or hard? Just kidding.
Okay. This was when it was at its height. We were all going to get all groovy and Bakashi'd out, and before Brokashi and before Grokashi, and you know, we're just going to get all wrapped up in it, right? All
Let's
twisted
talk
up
about
in the game.
PCP.
Huh?
Let's talk about PCP.
Yeah. So I go to the farm store, and they sell bran is livestock or animal feed. So I got me, these are all 50-pound units. I got me some rice bran. I got me some wheat bran. I got me some, I don't know, 4 or 5. I had 250 pounds of goddamn bran. So then I got my little bottle of EM1, you know, and I made AEM, which I later learned is made of nothing but 7 yogurt cultures from around the world. If you went to a Whole Foods and you have to go to a brew store to get the lambic, which is a lactobacillus to make lambic beer.
Kefir works. Kefir
Okay,
too.
but if you got Syrian, Greek, I don't know, it was all yogurts from all these different countries. There you go. There's your EM1. So I made a batch of EM1. Now, at this point, I have to plead stupidity or ignorance. I took it down to below 3, like 2.5 pH. That was the only time I had a pH in my hand was because for this silly thing. Excuse me, for this process. And so we dried it, you know. And to make a long story short, I ended up having to pay a pig farmer to take it off my hands.
I've never fucked up a plant so bad in my life. Did I misuse it? Yes. I did everything wrong. I'll buy all of that. Okay. I was a complete dickhead. I killed worms. I killed plants, and then I paid a pig farmer to take it off my hands. So you can probably imagine I didn't do it a second time. That's all I can tell you about it. It didn't work. And it didn't work. It was like it was a disaster. I've never seen plants just do what that did. I thought I was on advanced nutrients or tiger bloom or something, whatever the horse shit of the day was at that point. So I wish everybody could. I mean, make their own. I certainly wouldn't be buying it.
Yeah, man. I can't find a good worm source for the fucking life of me. So
I don't know why my mind took me to this, but I'm thinking I'm gonna call it the pink dildo effect. And
all right, guys, I'm out of here. I'm going to bed.
Yeah, I'm out here.
Stick around for this.
No, I'm not sticking nothing. I'm not sticking nothing. Good night, everybody. Thank you, Eagle. Eagle, you're the shit, bro. I appreciate it.
Eagle bounced already. He's got to work in the morning, so I'm hosting, and I'm about ready to bounce too. I'm getting.
Shit, Smiley. Well, thanks.
Come on,
Smiley.
I cannot collapse this fucking wormhole.
You did it, man. You're the one that started talking pink dildos. Everybody's like, "Oh fuck, I'm out, man."
No one wants to even hear the damn theory.
He was ready to take his headphones off. He was like, "What the fuck is this?"
You guys all rock, all right?
Oh my god.
See you later.
All right, fine. No one can ride with me on that one. Come on.
They only like black ones. No pink.
That's so funny.
All right,
go ahead.
I asked this. He's a professor of soil biology down at Oregon State. That's our agricultural school here in the state of Oregon, is OSU, down in Corvallis. So I asked him one time, hey, what do you think of that, Bokashi stuff? Or no, EM1. It wasn't even Bokashi, just the EM1 product. And he said, oh, you mean that yogurt stuff? And I said, what do you mean? He goes, hey, you're a good researcher. He said, figure it out. So you know the story, right? It comes from Dr. Higa in some place in Tokyo, and then it's distributed around the world. It's a multi-level marketing thing is what it is. Some countries have adults in charge, and so they have to the company has to publish the ingredients. So I landed in New Zealand because they're really strict, like organic certification and stuff. So I got all the specific strains of lacto that's in EM1. So one by one, I put them in, copy and paste into Wikipedia. And I started laughing after the third one. They were all yogurts. Syrian, Greek, German, or whatever. And then the one that really puzzled me, I go, that's lambic. That's a beer they make in Belgium, right? And instead of using yeast for the fermentation process, they use this lactobacillus. And so you'd have to go to a homebrew store to get the lambic deal. But the other one's a good, well-stocked Whole Foods. Just get a bunch of little cartons, come home and start, glopping it into a container of water and shake it up, and there you go. You got EM1. I don't want to interrupt anybody's thinking, but there it is, man. So
good old Armenian yogurt.
Yeah, Armenian is one of them. Thank you. Yes, I mean we're talking like really. No, I wouldn't call them rare, but mainstream yogurts. You're not going to find it at Albertsons or Kroger. You'd have to go to like a Whole Foods or.
Got to go to a bodega.
Yeah, there you go.
The claim though is that there's photosynthetic bacteria and yeasts in there
was
along with it.
Yeah, that's what puzzled me, because they used to have what they call blue not sulfur.
Yeah, the purple non-sulfur.
Purple non-sulfur. Thank you very much. And then I was told, because I don't keep up with this, that component had been discontinued. Is that true? I don't know. Last time I dicked around with it was 10 or 12 years ago. So, but I don't know. I don't know.
I haven't really looked into it in a while. So
right. Yeah.
What's up, Bobby?
What's up, guys? I'm unmuted tonight. Yesterday, the other day, I was muted the whole time. So I learned that in some ways it's mute right away. So you can hear me today, right?
Yes, Modern. You're my soul brother, Modern.
All right, brother. Good to see you guys. Everybody's up late. What the fuck? I was like, fuck, you guys have way past your bedtime too. So what the hell? Let's do it. I wasn't doing nothing. Not ready for bed yet, so.
I don't want to go to bed either.
Coots, you ever add molasses ever to anything?
Never. No.
No.
No. Never.
Why not? You got a reason why you don't?
I only use hallucinogenic bee honey from Nepal. Okay.
That'd be nice.
You want a real joke? Look up pink Himalayan salt sometime.
I'm friends with a huge distributor of pink Himalayan salt, whose cousin is, I guess, the minister of minerals in Pakistan, like the leader of the person that's like in charge of the distribution of all minerals and elements and metals and all that shit in Pakistan.
Wow, I bet you could smuggle some stuff for us.
Probably. He goes to Islamabad. He goes to Islamabad like twice a year.
Got you out thinking.
Yeah, even if you just got seeds.
Import, export.
You never know what's going to come out of it.
Back to your when I used to argue with the guy that his online name was Microbe Man, Tim Wilson. He was one of the original of the compost tea thing. So I was in a Lebanese, Middle East food store, and one of the main ingredients in some of their desserts is pomegranate molasses. So I stood there and held a bottle and had my wife take a picture, and I posted it on IC Mag, and I said, "Hey Tim, is this as good as sugarcane molasses? You know, is this going to work?" Because there's all kinds there's date molasses, there's, yeah, you get the idea. There's molasses is kind of it's like saying casserole or sandwich. Yeah. Do you like sandwiches? Well, I don't know what's in it, you know, that kind of thing. So, and the other thing is, okay, have you ever noticed that it's always called unsulfured molasses, right?
Yeah.
Not desulfured. Words have meaning in food. It's unsulfured because sulfur was added to extract more sugar from the sugar cane. So you unsulfur it. It wasn't there naturally, otherwise it would be desulfured. Okay? And so the kind of sulfur that they're using is sulfur dioxide. And it goes through quite a process to remove that, otherwise you couldn't use it. I mean, it wouldn't kill you, but the flavor, can you imagine, you know, eating something that would taste of burnt sulfur?
That's unwashed grapes. You eat some unwashed
grapes. I guess my question always was, well, if molasses is so important, let's just say it is, okay, for sake of discussion, why can't I use honey? Why couldn't I use quality maple syrup?
I literally wasn't joking when I said honey.
You actually can. You can use fucking brown sugar.
No, I'm talking about the purist. In the original days, they had this recipe, and if you deviated, you weren't going to get to dankdom. You know, when that book first came out about, 15 years ago, and you had to do, I mean, Tim one time had his website, said that you should add 1.78% molasses to your tea. And I said, you mean I can't just put a dollop in there? I got to get out a triple beam. It's triple beam, so I can figure out what 1.78% of 5 gallons is, really?
Yeah, right.
I mean,
Yeah, you don't do that.
Blow me. Come on. This is gardening. I'm just a guy. All I know is that I'm sitting here and I'm not living in some place horrible like Mississippi trying to set up a farm, or Alabama, or
Wisconsin.
I don't mind that, but how would you like to go to Jersey and meet Santino and Guido? The money behind a big grow outside of Trenton. Sign me up. Or a real hell. I think even though I'm not Catholic, a purgatory would be go live in Oklahoma somewhere. My God.
Man, I hate to say it. I'll take Oklahoma over Wisconsin right now.
Really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would too.
Right now.
I was thinking politically. I mean,
Me
I'm in
too.
Oregon.
Me too.
We're left of center here, really left of center. Oklahoma, I'd probably be arrested for sedition and put into some kind of re-education.
All I could ask for is center. Just please give me the center. Don't give me any other far off direction of either or.
Well, that's all there is left, Red Bill.
No, dude. Nah, Wisconsin, it's a little too blue. Hate to say it, man.
I'm just glad I'm retired. My house is paid for. I don't have any bills.
Here's the thing. I live in a blue state.
You'll have a good life, I mean, I wish everybody well. You want to put freeze-dried horse urine in your tea in the morning? That sounds groovy. I mean, I do it too. Whatever blows your hair back.
So reach your toes.
Well, that's sweetened up the tea, though.
Yeah.
I somehow live in a blue state that's anti-cannabis. That's the thing that I don't get.
But I just want to ask too, Coot, if adding the sugar is so bad, but when you add a malted barley, that's a lot of the sugars and starches, and there's a lot more besides just the enzymes going in on that too. Because
Absolutely
sugar source as well, similar to adding like a malted barley.
But I promise you, and I've said this to the people in the compost tea paradigm. Your objection to them, not to you. Your objection to this is it delivers the promise that your teas never could in terms of increased microbial activity in the soil, in the worm bins, and what have you. And that part can't be denied. You ask anybody that's using it in their worm bin and they will tell you that they got increased colonies. Let me explain. In perfect conditions, it will never have perfect conditions, never. So this is one of those rhetorical thingies. But a pound of worms today would be 1,000 pounds in a year. 1,000 pounds in 1 year.
Yes.
And when we add barley, it speeds up the deconstruction of the organic materials, meaning that the bacteria can access and get to it and deconstruct it, because that's what worms eat, is their manure, the worm manure. They don't eat anything. It's not like you put, your last night's dessert at the end of the bin and they send out a signal, hey, there's peach melba down in the, the north end. It doesn't work like that. And people say, well, my worms really like melons. No, they don't. Melons are 99% water. Once you remove the water, of course it went away quick. I mean, think about this. Let's say you want to be a really good worm guy, right? And so you find out that your local wholesale produce company sells cases of apples, organic apples. You can get them for $40, we'll say. Okay, well, those things are 97%. Oh, let's say $40 for 40 pounds of apples, right? So you end up with 3% material for bacteria to work with. Magical as they are, they can't turn water into castings. So 3% of 40, it would be 1.2 pounds, right? Yeah, 1.2 pounds. And you paid $40. That better really produce some really good castings. See what I mean? But if you take something that's already been pre-digested, like dairy solids is the term used for dairy manure, or well-formed compost, you're already bringing in a whole slew of microbes, right? Because that's what composting is, right? It's all microbial activity. See where I'm going with this? So when we put that in the worm bin, you've got bacteria working it, and the barley increases that rate. So the reproduction rate, because any organism, you give it more food, it produces more offspring. Right? There you go. Basic, not botany, but biology.
And I don't, Eagle's not there, but I'm wondering if he's thinking about getting a barley tattoo.
About what?
Barley tattoo.
Oh, yeah. Hey, the first time I used it, and before I even knew about there was barley you could go buy, I was doing what a friend of mine named SSTs. Sprouted CTs, brother. So I did
A lot
this
more
barley
available
tea.
today.
Huh?
It's probably a lot more available today, barley.
Well,
All these craft
I didn't
growers
know
out
that
there.
it was. That you could buy it in a home brew store. I just
Yeah.
I went about it backwards. But so anyway, the first time I applied it was right before lights out one night, and we were like in about 2 weeks away from flipping to flower. And the next morning when the lights came on, I went and unzipped the tent, and all the leaves were at a 45-degree angle, like they're praying to the lights.
Mm-hmm.
I just stood there for about 15 minutes looking at it, and I thought, I don't know what's going on, but I think I hit something here. And that's how the whole thing started.
Man, I love that. I love when, I know that's the thing, when plants, not only are they praying, but they don't even stop praying. In the middle of the night, you look at your tent in the middle of the night, their freaking leaves are perked straight up. That's when I know a plant's happy and healthy.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what, that's what I was thinking at the time.
I haven't had a problem with that. My plants, to me, are, I look at perked up leaves, 45-degree leaves praying. To me, that's a dog wagging its tail.
Right. I agree completely. That's the way I look at it. When I see that reaction, I don't need a soil test. I don't need, to whip out my.
Yeah, but is there a white paper explaining how the 44-degree angle isn't as good as the 45-degree angle?
Dogs are wagging its tail. There's crystals flying everywhere.
But
What's
I've
that
seen
old one we learned in high school?
seeds at an angle and an unhealthy plant. So
that's a ratio. We'll have to explain that later.
So that can't be the only quantifier.
I don't want to be a little scientific snob, but the degree of light that comes into a prism that projects a rainbow happens to be 42 degrees. 420, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I was saying in the chat the other day that Coots is the greatest scientist alive today, and I got a little scoffed at.
Who scoffed at it?
You, Smiley.
Who the fuck was
the American? No, I forget who it was.
Coots not even a scientist.
They're talking about bro science. I'm like, Coots is the greatest scientist alive today, man.
Hey, whoever scoffed at the American one, I'm gonna kick your ass.
I'll have to go find it. No, but for real, all these freaking idiots, like science is bullshit because they told me Pluto was a planet. They said the food pyramid, remember the food pyramid? Eat as much bread as you fucking can, you fat fucks. They're just a bunch of idiots, dude. The way you do it is like Red Pill says, man. Whatever you do to your plan, if it looks happier afterwards, do it again. If it doesn't look happy afterwards, don't do it again. And then you'll get better and better.
Sometimes it reminds me of that joke about the guy that watched his neighbor every morning. When he went out to get his paper, he'd watch his neighbor come out in his robe and bend his head down. He'd go run in and smash his head into a brick wall. So he asked him, why do you do that? He says, it feels really good when I quit. So sometimes I think people are on these newt programs that they read about in Maximum Yield or I'm a dimwit, why can't you be one too.com or something. I mean, some of the stuff that there was a time I was on the Adam Dunn show, and you know his history, but back in the 90s, he was THC seeds, and they were like a big deal in that era after the disaster of the late 80s when everybody got busted. Neville and the people that later became Sensi Seeds and what have you. So I was on there with the Reb. I guess he wrote a book about dikes and spikes and layers or something. How you're supposed to build your soil with, so the plant doesn't have to go searching for the phosphorus. So you want to spike over here and you want to layer like this, He's going through this whole thing. I just was mesmerized by the whole thing. And then, of course, Kyle Cushman, Mr. Vega Matrix, and his product line. So Adam says, was this stuff organic? He says, it's 95% organic. Is that like being 5% pregnant or what? I don't know. Whatever. So before the show, I said, well, can I go be the third one? Let, these two gentlemen, do this. Okay. So I just sat there, like I said, mesmerized for like 45 minutes. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Well, see, what happens is, in the fourth week of the third month, just like, just talking, gibberish. And so then I came on, I said, well, I guess where I differ from the other two gentlemen is this. It takes me almost 2 years to make quality castings, and then I don't worry about it anymore. I just use them and I enjoy gardening. This isn't like a career move, Let me see how many bottles. I used to love the pictures like on forums before there was social media and like Icy Mag and Grass City and all that stuff. Guys would show their in their room this wall of bottles and boxes. How in the fuck can you grow a plant? I mean, you need a computer and a spreadsheet to figure this out. Like, oh, well, this Monday I need to add, boron, and next week we'll do molybdenum, and, anyway. I guess there's a market for that, but I wouldn't participate in, or I don't want to be involved in it, so. Whatever gives you the best weed, man, that's what it's about.
I agree. I think a lot of that stuff is confusing.
It's silliness.
Yeah.
Like simple, stupid is what I think. You gotta do it simple, stupid. It's the easiest way to do it.
Smiley's right. Quality composting is no problem. You're dancing. It's just true.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about. It isn't about, rhino skin or Wet Betty or whatever, the latest bottle of shit is,
So Coots, where's a good place for me being out in Vegas to get good worms? Because I'm actually wanting to start my own worm bin. So I want to
That's a problem after the pandemic. A lot of people around the country set up worm bins to do home gardening and things. And the lack of available worms is staggering. Wow. I mean, I used to have companies that I could arrange 500-pound purchases of worms, 500 pounds of worms, or at least cocoons. Cocoons were the least expensive way to get into it because you buy the worms, a pound of worms, a pound of cocoons was roughly 1,000 individual cocoons. And each cocoon will hold on average 4 hatchlings. So you're going to have 4,000 worms once they hatch, and they're going to be sexually mature in 6 to 6.5 weeks. Okay, now every week, a worm, they're hermaphroditic, but it takes 2 to create cocoons. They line up and they exchange body fluid, and each worm goes on its way and then creates a cocoon. And they'll do that on average 1.5 times a week. So think about this for a minute. So you're starting out with 4,000 worms, and as soon as they start producing, every week they're going to produce 3,000 cocoons. And the original worms are going to live 4.5 to 5 years. They don't sleep. They don't call in sick. Their mothers don't die. The best employees, they 24/7. And their offspring, think about that, 4,000 worms produce every week they're doing that. And they're hatching. And then in 6 weeks, all those are producing. That's how you get to the 1,000 pounds of worms from 1 pound of worms. If you had perfect, and you never will, it would cost big, serious money, but you get the idea. You can definitely. So what I would do is look for cocoons. Stay away from the big national people, which really aren't. It's like an umbrella, and you sign up to become a producer for this entity. I know who you can call. Over in Southern California in San Luis Obispo. It's either vermicompost or something like that. Anyway, she's a wonderful, wonderful person, and they run a really good. She could probably get you a pound, and that, unfortunately, if you can get a pound, you're doing really well in these days. And try to find cocoons.
What was the name of the place again?
San Luis Obispo worms.
Worms. Okay. All right. I got all of it except for the worms part. All right.
Oh no, San Luis Obispo is the name. San Luis Obispo Worms is the name of the company.
Right.
Okay.
So what's her name, anyways?
Oh, I don't remember. I'm sorry. I did a program on what is it? Future Cannabis Project, and it was all about vermicomposting. And there was me, and these names wouldn't mean anything to you, but most people, because they're sane. Steve Diver, he's now head of the hemp instruction at University of Kentucky. There was the guy there who started Worm Power in upstate New York. At one time, they had 200 million worms in production. They were working the dairy solids from the upstate New York dairy industry. And so this was a joint effort between the industry and government to get, because every dairy cattle produces 100 pounds of manure a day. So, every day.
That's food. That's
7
food.
days a week. So they had a lot of poop to get rid of. And so what they would do is when they set this up, it's called Worm Power. And they would legitimately compost the manure to get rid of pathogens. So now you have something that's microbial inert, and they would mix it with silage, and then that would go in the worm bin. Read the history, it's really fun. And even on YouTube, look up Worm Power, and this is how it was done on an international level. 200 million worms, imagine that.
That's a lot.
A lot of worms. They had a lot of manure. I know, like here we have Tillamook, a big dairy area of Oregon, right on the coast, right on the Pacific Ocean. I mean, there are small farms, but there's just a lot of, there's still a lot of dairy cattle. So we don't do a good job of it here. They need to have it set up like that. And that would be a moneymaker. I'll tell you this, the guy that I know of down in Florida, he averages $250,000 a year without any employees, selling yards of vermicompost, and he did selling worms by the pound for 30, raised that up to $50 a pound. And the castings were going for $400 a yard. That sounds expensive, but that's a yard's 27 cubic feet, so 27 bags. It's less than $1.50 a bag.
I don't know what the amount was, but I had a worm compost manufacturer, a larger scale guy, give me a classic, one of those steel garbage cans.
Yes.
Full for I think $80.
Huh. You couldn't make it for $80. I mean, just going and getting the manure and dragging it, to your farm, unless you had, your own animals or something. That's a deal.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I
the
want
problem.
to
Is
say it was
trying to
about
produce
that same pound. It was
on the
about
field.
50 pounds.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, my advice is always to everybody, use smart pots. They breathe.
Mm-hmm.
That's the biggest issue, is not having aeration in the substrate, because this is an aerobic process, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the biggest problems with worm bins, it's starting to smell. Well, when it's running right, it's not going to smell. And even if you have a heavy hand and you overwater it, that allows for the water to be removed, because worms breathe through their skin. If it's too wet, they can't breathe. They die. So, and that's cheap. You can get a 100-gallon, that's a half a yard. So that's say 14 bags of worm castings.
Mm-hmm.
You can buy one of those for under $25. That's a
Right.
cheap worm bin. Just put it on a pallet because you want it up, so you got air moving through the bottom, right? And then load it with your material with some kind of aeration, however you want to get there. Some people use perlite, some people use rice hulls. Because it's available, I use pumice, but that part doesn't matter. You do need aeration though, for drainage and all those other things. And then all the worms you can afford or find. I guess now it's more about finding more so than what you can afford. Anyway, that's my best advice I can give is just you got to look and look and look. There's the days of, hey, get your worms here, are over. You gotta kind of dig around.
That's what it seems
That's
like.
the hurdle, though, is like with the worm castings, like you just said, Coop, being a third of the mix, like trying to do the 800-gallon smart pot, like you were talking. I mean, that's a lot of worm castings that's going to go in that mix. You're going to have
But
36.
here's the other thing, and I've posted this before, and I'll be more than happy to share with everybody. I have a legitimate, from a legitimate agricultural lab, not one of these, whatever. 5-year-old soil. It should be really depleted, shouldn't it? Because isn't that the deal? Oh well, you got to replace it, man. You got to have fresh soil. Anyway, the only thing missing on it were some of the micronutrients. Okay, so I'll throw some kelp in there, and it'll be there in the right balance. Okay, and that was it. The numbers were off the chart. Like the line was here for what you want on the macronutrients, the calcium, calcium and phosphorus and nitrogen, all that stuff. Here was you got to be here, and it was up here. So the soil got better. So yeah, it's a big hit to get started, maybe, but you're not redoing it every year.
Also, every time I made a batch of soil based on my size of garden, it lasted me a year to a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
I could justify that because buying an entire regimen of bottles, base nutrients and whatever, 12 other amendments would last me the same amount of time, but it would cost me probably 10 times as much.
Sure.
So, Coots, I used to live in Oregon
That's
City.
where I live. Right at the confluence of the Clackamas and Willamette rivers. I live in the old McLaughlin district, right behind the public library, built 100 and something years, 10 years ago.
Yeah, I lived right up at the top of the hill by the what was it? It's up there before you get I think it's to the 84. Or am I thinking wrong? I'm thinking wrong.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember what the freeway is that they built on the backside there.
Oh, 205.
Yeah, the 205.
Yeah.
So it's up on the upper plateau where it's almost,
Right. I live in the old, what they call the historical district. Most of the homes were built between 1840 and 1920. Now, my house wasn't, but because of the covenants of the association here, the house had to look older. In other words, I couldn't put a Frank Lloyd Wright, glass and metal house here. So it had to look like it came out of from 100 years ago.
Are you around a bunch of brick homes?
What's that?
Brick?
Oh no, we don't do brick here on the west, northwest. It's weird. I don't get it either.
I'm in southeast Wisconsin, and we literally have Frank Lloyd Wright buildings all over the place. But buildings of that time were all brick.
Well, see, this neighborhood was built 60 years before electricity was installed anywhere in the city of Portland. I mean, that's pretty remarkable. Yeah. I mean,
I think I literally have, like, in a mile and a half span in any direction, I think I have 3 different Frank Lloyd Wright buildings.
Yeah. Yeah, this is like really kind of redneck. It's good old boys, and we're not like those elite snobs up there in Portland. Coffee bistros and
man, Portland scares me, but it's almost literally like from this last year I learned it's almost exactly like Kenosha.
Hey guys, I gotta jump off here. Actually, I got people gonna be getting up in the morning right now, so I can either make somebody else host or whatever. I mean, I just have to get off, but if you guys want to keep the conversation, I can make you a host.
Get off too.
And
I gotta go too. I enjoyed talking with you guys. It was fun.
Yeah,
and,
it was a lot of fun.
Yeah,
it's been a hoot. I appreciated this. This is a good conversation.
Good. I'm glad you enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Don't ask me about breeding. I'm not a breeder, so I don't even pretend to be one.
So I wanted to ask you about that next time.
But I've got a lot of documentation. I can books on academic books that have been flipped over to PDFs. And one of them was when it came out 5-6 years ago was, $500. These aren't, worm bins for dummies or
right. Yeah.
I mean, this is like hardcore. I've got a book on neem. The gentleman got a PhD in 1958 and spent the next 35 years researching neem trees in Asia and Africa and published his book in 1993. But I should listen to a guy who took a 2-day course, shake and bake, and now he's a consultant. And I can go meet up with him at Canicon.
I'll tell you about the
sign me up, man.
Detriment of neem.
Right on. Coots, Smiley, Red Pill, Tao. Who else is in here? We got Modern. Gus was in here earlier.
Gus, Cascadian, Eagle.
Yeah, much love to everybody. Cascadian was in here. That's right. Yes, Cascadian. He was a wealth of information too. Coots, it was awesome being on the same panel as you. It was exciting just sitting here listening. I've been looking forward to that moment for a minute. So this is cool. Smiley, you have a great day. I'm gonna try to have a good day, and appreciate you, brother.
Yeah, man.
Big time.
All right, guys.
All right,
I
guys.
gotta run.
I'll see you guys all later.
Good night, everybody.
Peace out, all.
Peace out.
It's always fucking good, fucking talking shit with Smiley.
Right? Thanks, Tal. Hell yeah.
There you go. All right, peace out.
Yeah, man, peace out. Thanks, Phil. It has been It's been a great conversation. I hate cutting it short too. Coots awesome hanging out, chatting it up, and yeah. So
if we had more to go on, and I had that torch to pass on to, I'd be down for it. But this is definitely one to rewatch. I'm probably definitely gonna rewatch this one. I don't watch a lot of ones that I'm on because I kind of get creeped out about listening to myself. I'm one of those kind of people. But
yeah,
I'm gonna probably watch this one over again. So yeah,
right.
Peace
it's
out,
not
everyone.
the Wrath of Smiley either, just because I ask good questions.
Oh no, dude. No, I just like that, man. Because if it, I don't know, I don't mind that you do it, and you know, it's like a thing. If you weren't there to do that, then it would just be me running into a dead air wall. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of conversation back and forth. So
it's all
I don't know that. Yeah. So yeah, thank you, Coots, too. This was, like I said, I'm happy to get to chat and talk to you.
Yeah.
I love your dog, man. I got a little pit bull bully too. I got that same head, man. My dog's 18 months old and his head is 21 inches round right now. So
you just got him too, Red Pill? Is that right?
no, I got him January 6th, 2020. So right before our end of what we considered the pandemic to be. No, that was when I was still in Colorado. Yeah, I've had him for a year and a half, about a year and a half now. He's about to turn. His birthday is October 31st, Halloween. So he'll be
my
2
dog,
years.
She's 10 this November. So
Yeah.
She's getting slow. We've been feeding her CBD though. That gave her a little pep in her step, but I don't know for how long.
I've been wanting to integrate stuff like that, like the eggs in his food. I've been trying to do. I've been wanting to feed him more like liver and organ meat, and then CBD too. But he always begs for food, anything. Yeah, that's his thing. He's stubborn. You gotta really make him feel like you're pissed off for him to listen. You know, otherwise you gotta whip out some food. He'll do anything for a little bit of treat. You know, so.
Go train. They're smart dogs, so.
Lately,
well, cool, man. We'll catch you Friday. I hope everybody has.
Lately, he has a thing where he just sits in the front yard. That's his thing. Is he'll just pull on the leash. He just wants to sit in the front yard. I don't know what it is, but he'll just knock out sideways, sunbathing. And he doesn't do it in the backyard. I can't get him to do it in the backyard. He just likes to literally lay in the driveway or lay right at the corner of the fucking sidewalk, right in the front yard.
Maybe he's waiting for that poodle to walk by and he's got to show off his nut. You know?
He noticed a little girlfriend that he's missing. Yeah.
Right?
All right.
Funny.
All right.
Cool,
peace, everyone. Thank you. This was a good wormhole. All right. Thank you, Smiley, for taking it overtime. Peace out, everyone.
Cool.
Adios.
Awesome, man. I hope everybody does have a great Friday. And so don't forget, for Eagle, at random acts of kindness, save lives. And if you can, do something nice for somebody else, especially on a Friday. So if we ever it's a nice start to the